Things we like, city in bloom. Do the things we like in bloom. Do the things we like in bloom. Hello, everybody. I hope you're having a lovely day. Yes, I'm still using this model. No, we're not in the kitchen, and that's because this model is, Oh, wait, it's a bit loud. Let me fix that. Yes, I'm still using this model because Rel did an amazing job and it deserves more than one stream. And I may or may not be considering commissioning them to make it a full body. You're also a tad close to the camera. That's because I can't use my normal screen. Oh, okay. Didn't know. Thought it was just Twitch's system being stinky. Yeah, valid. It's a so for those of you who don't know, though I know a lot of you haven't been here in a little bit, so I will explain the ad stuff while I'm here. At the beginning of stream, I run 3 minutes of ads because I have a 5-minute starting soon screen. 3 minutes of that get taken up by ads, and it gets rid of pre-rolls. So that means if you ever refresh, or if like someone else comes into stream midway, they won't get an ad the moment that they hop in. Instead of getting ads like at random intervals, it'll happen at preset intervals. I then run 3 minutes of ads every hour because that's how long I need to completely get rid of pre-rolls. And brain's trying to brain. By doing during those times, I completely stop whatever I'm doing. I just take a break, a little bio break during those times, to make sure that you guys don't miss anything. Because I don't like you guys missing stuff. I don't think that you guys should have your game interrupted. Is this the PT Pebble? The pebble is covered in some sort of industrial strength blue fabric. No, no. That's Alucard. Yeah, that's so. It's like I started doing it earlier last month, and it's actually been really good, for me ad wise because first off I'm running a lot more ads, but I'm also making a fair bit more money because of it. Like I'm making about like a whole like dollar each stream, like thanks to that, which is like I think like $15 maybe. But yeah, it means that you guys don't have to worry about ads. You guys don't have to worry about any stuff like that. Basically, Twitch subs will only really benefit you by basically they're just for emotes because that's all that's really needed at the end of the day. But yeah, I hope I'm still using this model because Rel did an amazing job, and at some point I want to get this model as a full body, so that way I can start using it more often. Also, it gives you guys the chance to color change this guy, which I might actually do on my own because I want to see what this guy looks like with the shiny term redeem. Oh God, he's made out of moss. Oh God. Oh God, look at him. He turned into green. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's good. Jade ring. Yeah. the little tusk ring is made out of jade now. Me sneaking into the bathroom to watch stream out to dinner. Oh, that's the pro gamer play right there. That's the pro gamer play. Oh God. But yeah, I hope you all are having a lovely day. Uh uh Sorry, my brain's kind of out of it. I was helping move all the groceries into the house, and uh yeah, it really winded me. Hey, guess what? Greg. Greg. Greg, no. Greg. Greg, you can't. Another model. uh uh um uh uh I can't hide. I can't hide. There's nowhere on screen. I can't lean out. Wait, maybe if I no, I can't. My seat doesn't go far down. Oh no. Oh no. Guy. Ah!
YE determine 113 Unchained.
Jesus! Also, why did Mix It Up not go off for that? That's weird. I mean, thankfully Pitchfork went off, so that's good. Cypher, you don't realize Greg is the one person who I'm worried could actually like beat you. That's terrifying. Terms green, I'm green. Can't escape the emote rain. I can't wait to see the rest of your Spellbound VOD. I will make sure to get it to you. I do apologize since you guys didn't get to see it all. Because unfortunately it crashed and I had to record the rest. But I will absolutely make sure to get that fixed. Dear Lord, 5,000. Oh God. Terrifying. Okay. That's okay. Okay, what was I doing? Right, I need to fix the... I'm sorry, I heard Zelda rupees and my mind immediately, like, shut off. It went into Zelda mode. Let me just fix the Mix It Up thing, because I don't think... Yeah, it's not... It doesn't have the right thing at the moment. Properties... Mix It Up... There we go. But how's everybody's day been? I hope you all have been having a good time. Personally, I've been doing Cypher? So help me. Stream just started. I don't need a hype train this fast. You are... Cypher, no. Unfortunately, L, you can't stop Cypher. We all know this to be true. L. It can't be done. Cypher, yes, Cypher, no! God, okay. Yes, you do, Term. What do you mean, yes, I do? No! Also, I've been green for a really long time. I'm starting to get concerned. Does it normally last this long? Hype train? Don't snip. Don't go for the hype. Wait. Hey, look, I'm pink again. I don't if I gotta disguise the scent quick. Where's the vanilla extract? I need vanilla extract. I need to hide the scent. No! Oh God!
Choo-choo, a hype train has started. Hop aboard as we prepare to crash directly into the lighthouse.
Pitchfork, don't encourage that. Pitchfork, look what you did! I am here! Cypher, please! Please, no! Cypher, God! Oh, God! Oh, God! It's another 5 tier 1. 922 to the channel total. Tier... Jesus Christ. We can't be... I need music for this. I need something special to happen during hype trains. I need something special to happen when certain amount of money get donated. Oh God, Cypher! No, Mercy! No, please, Mercy! Please, Mercy! Please! Oh God, I'm beige! Oh God! Actually, this cut also... Cypher! God damn it! God damn it, Cypher! God, Jesus! Ah! Also, why does the say command not work? The say command should work. One more? What do you mean? No, we don't need one more. We're good. We're good. I'm fine. I'm safe. Totally. I haven't even talked about, like, the job interview stuff that I did today. I haven't even gotten... Actually fits the Hoglin thing. It really does. Okay, I need to figure out why the command isn't working. It should be working. 1 sec, maybe That's enough slices! Let's see. If I just put, say, test. Pitchfork. Pitchfork. Pitchfork, please. Oh, wait a minute. I think I might know what...
Test.
There we go. Okay, so it does work. But why isn't it working for the people? The people that should have access to... Greg!
Turman 113, please.
Greg! I feel like I need to get attacked now with happiness.
Cypher Zero Garcia has redeemed a praise. Everyone in chat, attack.
I knew I forgot to turn something off. Well, you do deserve a praise, Cypher. You as well, Greg. Because... One sec while I fix this, and then I will absolutely get you your praise, because even though it was accidentally on, that doesn't mean that I shouldn't honor the stuff. Oh, God. Let me fix this, and I will get to that right away. There we go. Cypher, you've been here since the beginning, so it's... Oh, thank you. I need that. I need that right now. Oh, Cypher, I want to thank you for always being here, like being a constant, terrifying presence that lurks in the back of my mind constantly. I want to thank you for being so supportive of this channel from the beginning. And Greg, it means a lot. It means a lot more than you know, Cypher, because the fact that I've had this kind of support really only has been able to continue because of people like you. People like you, people like Greg, people like everybody who are willing to put money into stuff like this. Knowing that the quality can't be guaranteed like a lot of bigger productions. And I appreciate it. Because I don't think that I would have kept going. Next one I'm doing is going to be 25. Cypher, that's a lot. Cypher, that's like 50, 25. That's like $75. That's like, right? That's like, that doesn't sound right. Oh, good. Oh, God, I can see it in the wall. Oh, God.
Thank you all for the support. The hype train has officially crashed.
Oh, great. You know what emote I got from this? One sec while I share the Twitch emote that I just got from that. I think it's at the bottom. Where is it? I just got it. It's somewhere here. Global unlocked. Twitch hype train. There we go. Yeah, I got an arson one. Also, I'm going off of mobile, so it's a lot more, but I don't care. Dear Lord Cypher, you... Thank you so much. And thank you, Greg, for all the support as well. Like, I know that Sky said earlier during their stream when you came back and said, "I'm back, bitches," like, I know they said that you should support me. But it still bears repeating that I appreciate you a whole heck of a lot. It's like, you don't have to support as many streamers as you do, but you do. And I know a part of it is just you're making sure that like your entertainment for your long truck drives it stays consistent. But like, it's people like you and people like Cypher that really do drive this. And I don't think I would be nearly as consistent if I didn't see all the support that you guys give. You know, it's like, don't get me wrong. Also, L, the command should work for mods now. Which, yeah, so the command thing should work for mods now, L. I realized there was a thing that wasn't set up right. My bad, honestly. I really should have looked through it, you know? But, uh, the lights in my house just flickered, and I don't know what that means. I really
Plink.
don't. Plink? Yep, plink. There's plink, plink. Not again. Okay, it just did it again. I'm getting concerned. Listen here, power strip. Don't you dare mess with me. I don't need that. I don't need that in my life. I don't need that in my life. I don't need that terrifying... I have enough terrifying things going on. Like facing the killer. We get to face the killer today. It's happening again. Listen here, you haunted piece of lamp. Blink twice if this place is haunted. I think it's okay. I think it's safe. Yeah, what's up, Elle? What's the for? When you open your eyes wide, you look so sleep deprived. I do. This is how SB Term looked exiting the Nether. Just, I have seen the horrors. I will never be the same. Oh, I'm super. I'm gonna do another color thing real quick because I really like the color. I love the color change. It's like I'm happy I was able to get. Oh, that was not even a color change, man. No, just eyeing the flickering lights. Okay, had to double check. Yeah, that was not even a color change, man. Listen here. That's just beige. We've seen that one. Nah. That's green. Come on. We gotta have something we haven't seen yet. You know it. I know it. See, that's closer. But, like, I don't think that's quite it either. That's just green. I know there are other colors. You know what? That works. That's close enough to blue. I can justify that. We got bluish seafoam green term. We got seafoam blue term. Like, I don't know. This is I'm just going off of the ring color. You know, this is you know, some good stuff right here. Anyway, I've been stalling for a bit too long now. I've been talking, I've been showing stuff, I've been freaking out over a hype train. Honestly, you guys are insane, and I love you all dearly for that. Slash platonic, slash don't be parasocial, slash everything else. Anyway. Let me just go ahead and pop it back over real quick. There we go. I am here. Welcome back, Cypher. There we go. Oop. Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney. Now, last we left off, it was we were dealing with a pretty big problem in the form of the killer. We thought we had finally found their location and we were going to save Maya, but unfortunately, that wasn't the case. We weren't really able to catch up with them. However, they left one crucial piece of information, and that was the fact that they accidentally their cat ended up meowing into the microphone, which means that we know where they are, and we were able to get one last piece of information they had before they split the scene, which I believe was a picture frame that had the wife of Mr. Man, if that makes sense. Let me just pull chat up at the moment. There we go. Not now. Channel. Chat. There we go. But I've been waiting long enough. let's go ahead and head on in. Farewell, my turnabout. Part 4-1. The... Okay. How did I get into this mess? That's far enough. You can't run forever, Mr. Phoenix Wright. What have I done? I can't allow you to go on like this. But I'm just a simple defense attorney. Silence! You are no longer worthy of your title. I've had this dream before someplace, some time ago. As if this day was written into my destiny. Today I'll stand in court as a lawyer to prove a killer innocent. Oh, God. Beep. Hello? This is Phoenix Wright. You don't look so well, dude. You're gonna prove me not guilty today, right? If you please, Mr. Lawyer. Remember, it's not just me. Your precious friend's life is riding on today's verdict, too. Is it true axolotls like to party? I like to party. You know, depends on the party, obviously, but I'd say axolotls like to party. That's why my raid message, usually when I can't think of one, is axolotl party. You know? Ugh. Now listen up. You better get on guard a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creepy slime bag and not guilty, I'll never forgive you. Ever! Dan Bull reference. Makes sense, makes sense. That's a good song, by the way. Really funny. Phoenix. Phoenix! Mia! Maya, how's Maya? I don't know. You don't know? She hasn't tried to channel me since yesterday. Mia, what am I supposed to do? Well, like I said, for a lawyer, the worst of times are when you have to force your biggest smiles. But you can't give up. There's still some hope left. Stop it! Please! There's nothing left. Not here. Not anywhere. Ugh, it's like a cursed on guard again. Will you leave me alone? Look, don't call me anymore. I mean it. You're really mean, pal. We like to party. We like to party. Got you! I'm really sorry. Where are you? They let me join the investigation team and we're chasing after the killer, pal. Then you have some sort of lead? Sorry, but right now we've got 0 leads on the guy. But we're not gonna give up. Gumshoe. Until this trial's over, until the verdict is handed down, we're gonna do everything we can to find a killer. If we can get Maya out, then we can get and guard that guilty verdict he deserves, pal. That's true. I could do that if they found Maya first. You got that? So you have to do whatever you can to make the trial last longer. I have to make the trial last longer? If you go at Mr. Edgeworth with everything you've got, then you can draw it out. Oh, now I get it. I believe in you, pal. You and Mr. Edgeworth can do it. So, Believe in us. We're gonna be giving it all we got, just like you. Got it. Thanks, Gumshoe. Hey, Phoenix. You understand now, don't you? You have something money will never be able to buy. Friendship. It's the strongest weapon in the world, and you have it in abundance. Yeah. Looks like we're coming to the end. I have to make this trial last as long as I can. Gumshoe will come through, I know it. Court is now in session for the trial of Matt Ungard. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Now, as I recall, we concluded yesterday's session with a big mystery on our hands. The mystery being what exactly was Miss Adrian Andrews' role in the murder. That is to say, is she really connected to the crime itself? Mr. Edgeworth, if you would please inform the court of today's proceedings. Adrian Andrews. She forged evidence that threw suspicion onto Mr. Ungard, and then proceeded to escape the crime scene by wearing the Nickel Samurai costume. The guilt of these actions are those from which she cannot escape. Then you're saying that she is guilty after all. I'm not finished, Your Honor. Miss Andrews has nothing to do with the committing of the actual murder. I would like to direct the court's attention to this card. What is that? It looks like a shell. This is the calling card of a certain assassin. Assassin, you say? Yes, Juan Corrida was killed by a professional assassin. And the person who hired the assassin, his client, so to speak, is Matt Ungard. What a surprising turn of events. I would think it's become commonplace by now, Your Honor. I know what's going on this time. So I know that everything Edgeworth has said is true. But we still have to hold out as long as we can. At least until Maya's safe and sound. I wonder how the trial will turn out today. Jury, please, stay in your seats. I would like to keep your phones off, but you're not allowed to have phones during jury duty. That is true, but let's be real. With how much perjury happens in this courtroom, and how many crimes happen with the prosecution, I'm pretty sure that no one's actually looking at the jury. Like, I'm almost certain it's just the judge. Like, the jury is just an audience. They're just there for the entertainment. This is their Judge Judy. The prosecution calls the defendant's mentor, Mr. Will Powers, to the stand. Now then, witness, your name and occupation, please. Okay. I'm Will Powers. I'm a poor, underpaid action star. And what is your relation to the defendant? There is no jury. There you go. Professional Phoenix Wright aficionado Greg has deemed it so. And I mean that legitimately. I just realized there's a good chance that with my model and my voice, that probably sounded really sarcastic. I mean that genuinely. Like, Greg has been the reason why I have been able to get through as much as I can, and I've had someone to joke about. It's just a jury of ghosts. Yeah, every person that we've sent to hell. Well, I guess I'm sort of a lousy mentor to him in a way. Yeah. Mr. Powers, please, you don't need to put yourself down so much. Oh, sorry, just the kind of guy, kind of a nothing sort of guy. On the night of the murder, you visited the defendant's room. Is this correct? Yes. I didn't know that. But you know, I didn't actually get to see Matt when I did. All you need to do is answer what you're asked. Now then, I would like you to please testify about when you went to Mr. Unguard's room. Your Honor, send this guy to hell! Not jail, hell! POV, term to themselves in the Spellbound finale. Send this guy to hell! Not jail, hell! Sure. Visit to Matt's room. After the awards ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. Matt was standing there in front of the room, still in his nickel samurai costume. He was talking with someone at first, and I thought it was the bellboy. Why is he going to Michigan? I watched the two of them for a while, but then I gave up and went back. I had guests with me that night, and I couldn't make them wait for me. Nothing sounds out of place in Mr. Power's testimony. Hey, Azzy! How's it going? Oh, congratulations! I hope you guys had a lovely stream. Ooh, you guys were doing art. Ooh, fun. Well, for those of you who don't know, my name is Term. I'm the Axolotl of the Lighthouse, and I do my best to create a calm and cozy atmosphere for those of us just trying to find refuge from the storms of day-to-day life. I'm currently using my SB Term model that I got like a couple days ago from a very dedicated fan. And you know, so I don't quite look how I normally do. I look a bit more rugged and a bit more wild, but all the same. How was stream, if you don't mind me asking? Did you guys make some good art? Did you guys have some fun? Ugh. We're currently playing some Phoenix Wright at the moment. Specifically, is it Trials and Tribulation or Justice? I think it's Justice for All. I think that's the name of the game. It's technically the trilogy, but like I'm in the second game, so you know. Oh, but yeah, I hope Raid was good. Yay. Stream went well. I ended it with a little rant about the post office in my country. Completely understandable, honestly. Sometimes the postal system can be a bit outdated at times, or can be just a hassle or a pain. I do hope that you guys had a lovely stream. Feel free to take a step back, go and get yourself some snacks, de-stress, de-stream. In the meantime, for those of you who are sticking around, we're going to be doing our bet. $67! Jesus Christ, that's a lot. Yeah, that's a huge amount of shipping. Jesus. God. I know. No, you weren't kidding. Yeah, I'd be going on a rant about that. That's unreasonable. The Leap Mochi is already 219. Plus the 67. That's unreasonable. That is unreasonable. But anyway, do feel free to go and de-stream. The cheapest is $50 with no tracking ID. Well, yeah, and you need tracking ID for something that expensive. You don't you need that. It's like you can't get something that expensive and not get like tracking ID. It's like it's like it should come with it at that point. Oh my word. I mean I wish you the best. I hope it comes in, and I hope eventually it comes in and the shipping was worth it, because that's what I'm saying. Oh God. Okay. But yes, I do feel free to do your de-stream stuff. I don't want to keep you here if you if you need to go do your self-care. We do have Rule 0 for a reason. But anyway, I'm gonna get right back into this. Nothing sounds out of place in Mr. Power's testimony, and talking with the bellboy is no big deal. If one assumes the person Mr. Ungard was speaking with was an ordinary bellboy. But what are you implying? I don't have it. I'm just saving up for one. I just checked the site, and that's the shipping. so I canvas. Ah, okay, that makes sense. Well, I guess then I wish you luck on the saving up for it, because again, that is a lot. Jesus. Ugh. Well, Mr. Wright, let's have your cross-examination, shall we? Looks like we're in another sticky situation. Huh? Ah, can't you smell it, Phoenix? But for us to find out more, we're going to have to charge in head first, right? The visit to Matt's room. After the award ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. The defendant's room? Why did you go there? Well, I'm his mentor, like a big brother of sorts, and I wanted to say congrats. What's wrong? Why did you stop? Mr. Wright? What is it? You're gonna try and trick me into a corner, aren't you? Huh? I know I'm just a poor underpaid action star, but I'm not the killer! No one said you were, Mr. Powers. I'ma be lurking for a bit. No trouble. Like I said, feel free to go do your self-care. More than happy to have you here. And for all of you who came from As You Stream, thank you so much thank you so much for supporting everybody. No one said you were, Mr. No, please, don't trick me. Every time you do your lawyer thing, the witness suddenly turns into the bad guy. I feel so bad every time. I mean, Phoenix, I hate to tell you this. He's not wrong. Legitimately, if we go through each of the different people that you have, gone through, each of your different trials, you always find the killer in the witness's testimony. You find them. That's kind of your whole thing. One of your witnesses ends up... Honestly, I'll be real, Phoenix. If they just kept their mouth fucking shut about being a witness, you wouldn't have a case. You would have failed, so hard. But all of them just have to open their mouth and talk about how someone else absolutely did it. It's insane. Witness, I will personally talk to the defense at a later time, so for now, please kindly cooperate and continue your testimony. Sorry. So you went to the defendant's room and then... Hey, wait a minute! How did I suddenly turn into the bad guy? Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in his nickel samurai costume. Are you sure that was Matt on guard? Yeah, I'm sure. He wasn't wearing the nickel samurai mask then. That's the case, then he really can't be mistaken. And what was the defendant doing standing in front of his own room? He was talking with someone at first. I thought it was a bellboy. At first? What do you mean by that? Well, he was in a bellboyish uniform and he had a bottle of juice on a tray. Sounds like an ordinary bellboy to me. Yeah, but I didn't think he was a normal bellboy. And why was that? Why did I think that, Mr. Wright? How am I supposed to know? Sorry, but I can't remember right now. Sorry. I guess I'm going to have to wait patiently on this one. I watched the two of them for a while, but then I gave up and went back. You saw the two of them, the bellboy and the defendant, together, correct? Yeah, the bellboy just wanted to say congrats. Now, while you were watching the two of them, did you notice anything strange? I did feel something weird. I think it was because of Matt. Well, he gave the bellboy a tip. A tip? But that's a perfectly normal thing to do. Yeah. Tip your bellboys, tip your waiters, tip everybody. Tip your baristas, tip your servers, tip your comedians, tip your driver. If someone is doing you a service in this day and age, and more than likely they are making less than minimum wage, tip them. So, how long did you watch the two of them? No more than a minute or two, I think. I had guests with me that night, and I couldn't make them wait for me. Also, Term, I believe you didn't answer my joke question earlier. What was the joke question? Because I might have lost it, and I don't know why I'm talking like this. This is just the voice that I've decided that I'm going to talk in. I don't know why the wording of your question brought this out, but unfortunately we're here. Oh, I had guessed. Do XLLs like to party? And I said, yeah. I said we like to party. I talked about how I talked about how they how my raid message is axolotl party, so obviously we like to party. We party hardy, you know? You guessed with me that night and I couldn't make them wait for me. Okay. So who are these guests you were talking about? Apparently my phone's being dumb. No trouble, no trouble. Yeah, who are these guests? You guys, of course. You and Maya and Little Pearl. I thought it'd be really rude if I invited you guys and disappeared on you. So I went back to my seat pretty soon after seeing Matt in the hallway. This is like squeezing water from a stone. It's probably pointless to press further. You remember this incident? Did Mr. Powers leave his seat that night? I don't remember that happening at all. I was making such a racket in her hyperstate. I ended up focusing on her. See, in any case, from his story, he probably wasn't gone for very long. After the award ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. Watched the two of them for a while, but I gave up and went back. I had guests with me that night, and I couldn't make them wait for me. In front of his room. After the award ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. I was standing there in front of the Nickel Samurai. Seriously, he looks like an off-budget Wolverine. Listen, I know, but personally, he kind of looks like a really happy Schlatt. Like, he looks like an overly positive Schlatt. You feel me? And again, it's probably just the sideburns and, like, the face shape. But, like, put, like, a New York Yankees hat on that man, and you got him. You got him. Still in his Nickel Samurai costume. He was talking with someone at first. I thought it was a bellboy. I watched the two of them for a while, but then I gave up and went back. Bellboy. Also, Your Honor, nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. I feel like this is... At first, what do you mean by that? I didn't think he was a normal bellboy, and why was that? Why did I think that, Mr. Wright? How am I so... Hey, wait a second. Actually, Mr. Powers, only a few minutes ago, you stated... you know? Oh, that's smart. Oh! Oh, that's kind of cool! Oh, we're pressing for information and then using the information we gather from the pressing to then, like, contradict the other stuff they've said. Something I did feel a bit weird. I think it's because Matt, he gave the bellboy a tip. Could it be that you felt something strange about the tip-giving incident? Yeah, that's it! You really know your job! Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor? This bellboy, he wasn't an ordinary one, was he? Perhaps we should let the witness tell us. Very well. Mr. Powers, please amend your testimony. You mean about the bellboy, right? Matt gave the bellboy a tip. Yeah, so they gave the bellboy a tip. What's so strange about that? Oh, well, you see, Matt's a poor penny pincher like me. Not a poor penny pincher like me. I was trying to figure out how much it was because the tip really shocked me. How much it was? But that's when something even more surprising happened. The bellboy was putting the tip he got in his pocket, and that's when I got my first good look at the guy's face. I was really shocked. I'm afraid I don't follow it all. Sounds like Mr. Powers was surprised twice by this event. I wonder which of his shocking moments I should ask about. The bellboy's face. What was so shocking about the bellboy's face, Mr. Powers? Well, he wasn't exactly a boy, more like an old gramps. I hope you know that discrimination towards old men is a no-no in my court. Listen, I love myself a good kill. Please shut up, Your Honor. No, that's not what I meant at all. I'm smack in the middle of the guy's face. There was like a line of stitches. A line of stitches? Yeah, and it went straight from the tippy top of his head down to the bottom of his chin. Almost like it was like the thread snapped, all the stuff in his head wouldn't come spilling out. He was there, at Ungard's house. He was the butler. What is it, Mr. Wright? Nothing, Your Honor. So that means Ungard was talking with the killer then. If that fact were to be exposed, Ungard would be declared guilty in a blink. Phoenix, you have to play dumb here. Pretend you don't know anything. Yes, Chief. You sure you don't have anything you'd like to say, Mr. Wright? What did you just say, Your Honor? Nothing, Mr. Wright. Nothing. We're just going around and around in circles. Now then, Mr. Powers, please continue with your testimony. I watched the two of them for a while, and then I gave up. Gave the bellboy a tip. How much it was? Let's get through that. Yeah, what about the tip? The defendant is a huge star. He can afford to give generous tips, wouldn't you agree? Sure, but giving him that much was maybe a little too much, I think. A little too much? Would you please clarify for the court? About how much would you say the defendant gave to the bellboy? Honestly, I don't know. I can't even begin to guess. And why is that? Because he gave the bellboy a really fat roll of cash. A roll of cash? But he looks so meek on the stand. Well, how interesting. That certainly was a very generous tip, wasn't it? A very fat roll of cash that can hardly be called a tip, Your Honor. The judges began to look awfully suspicious of us. Reason objection. The defendant is a superstar. That kind of tip is typical fare for people like him. Are you saying that all superstars are super spenders? If I could receive large rolls of cash by simply bringing people things on trays, then why on earth would I stand around here prosecuting? Got a point. I don't even get paid, let alone I don't even get paid, let alone rolls of cash for all my hard work. So supposing that roll of cash was not a tip, then what was it? Payment, Your Honor. Payment? Isn't it obvious? For the murder of Juan Corrida? Then Then the bellboy, the witness saw. Yes, he was the assassin. Hold your horses now, Mr. Edgeworth. You don't have any proof of this, do you? Have I ever been unprepared to support my claims? I have here the card Shelley the Killer left at the scene of the crime. Shelley the Killer? He is a person the police special investigations team have been chasing for ages. I'm certain that the person the witness saw was the very assassin, Shelley the Killer. Really? What's wrong, Mr. Powers? No, nothing. Something just clicked in my head, and I think I just figured it out. Oh? Actually, I saw that bellboy again later on that night. What? Mr. Powers, please testify. Tell us what you saw. Yes, sir. Right away. The second time. This time, I was in the hallway because I had to go to the bathroom. And that's when the bellboy I saw earlier came out of the room. Of course, when I say room, I mean Juan Carita's room. Now that I think about it, the bellboy did seem kind of out of place. Yeah, so he had to be the assassin. I'm sure of it. I mean... Thank you very much. That's all we need for now. Huh? But I'm not done. There's still more. Let us first establish that the bellboy was truly Mr. the Killer, and then we shall see. So the bellboy came out of the victim's room. And if that bellboy really was the assassin, then I think the answer is fairly obvious. You would be correct, Your Honor. Well, Mr. Wright, I believe it is your turn to entertain and make us laugh. I'm fucked, aren't I? This is no laughing matter. The second time. This time I was in the hallway because I had to go to the bathroom. And that's when the bellboy I saw earlier came out of the room. Of course, when I say room, I'm clicking through it. I need to press. And what time was it? Well, I don't remember. The award ceremony ended around 8 p.m., right? And I went to Matt's room pretty soon after that, and then I came back. And then I went to the bathroom. So I guess maybe I was around 8:10? Around that time? You're not one for details, are you, Mr. Powers? Sorry. I thought I could maybe catch Matt and say my congrats. And that's when the bellboy I saw earlier came out of the room. Are you sure it was the same bellboy? Yeah. And how could you tell? All the bellboys wear the same uniform, after all. But you see, well, he had those stitches on his face. So I'm sure it's the same guy that was talking with Matt. So which room did the bellboy come out of? Of course, when you say room, I mean Juan Carita's room. The victim's room, huh? Yeah, the one with all the really pretty flowers and teddy bears. That was Juan's room, all right. Words cannot describe how screwed I am. Let's continue with the testimony, shall we? Now that I think about it, the bellboy did seem kind of out of place. So what exactly was out of place about him? Right. Why the insipid grin? Maybe because I have no idea what damaging thing he's going to say next. Well, the bellboy was empty-handed. Empty-handed? The bellboy was one of those room service people, right? He wasn't pushing a cart, and he wasn't holding a tray either. You'd call that a little strange too, wouldn't you? I agree that it's a bit strange, Mr. Powers. But is it really that unusual for a bellboy to be empty-handed? What should I do? Should I let Mr. Powers' testimony slide, or nah? Try and pull a fast one. There's nothing strange or unusual about an empty-handed bellboy. But there really is! There really isn't! If you two are done being school children, bellboys offer room service. There's no reason for them to be empty-handed. Ever. Hello, how lawyering? I lawyer good. I lawyer very good. Okay, so I know this is off topic, and everybody's gonna be like, why, like, there's no reason why that would, like, connect. But have any of you guys been playing the, like, the Pokemon trading card game app? Like, have any of you been doing that? I've been getting my dailies from it, and I've been having a lot of fun getting the cool art. It's been pretty fun, you know. Not sponsored, by the way. God, can you imagine if I was sponsored by Pokemon? God, I look like a Pokemon. I mean, like, sometimes. The chibi model, maybe. This one, maybe. Nope. Never played it. I'd recommend it. You know, it's free. You get some cool stuff. You know, you get some cool card art to collect. It's, you know, it's not the most in-depth thing, but there is like a little battle mechanic, and it's really fun, like, collecting all the cards that they have, which is nice. Your Honor, I ask that the witness's previous statement be supplanted with this new one. Edgeworth, are you going to do whatever you can to make the bellboy look suspicious? That's the point. Very well, this court recognizes and grants the prosecution's request. Mr. Powers, if you could amend your testimony. Yes, sir. I thought it was kind of strange for a bellboy to come out of the guest room empty-handed. So you're saying that it's suspicious for him to be empty-handed? Yeah, really suspicious. I mean, when I first saw the bellboy, he was holding a tray in his hand, and there was like a bottle of juice and a wine glass on it. Juice? What kind of juice was it? Pretty sure it was tomato juice. If we could come up with some sort of reason as to why he would come out empty-handed. Some sort of... Yeah, I got it. I know. Yeah. I got it. Court record time. Ooh. There we go. Oh, ads. Thank you, by the way. I absolutely would have missed that. I need to make a sound for the ads. I really do. Because otherwise, I would just, like, completely overlook it. Also, while the ads are going, I'm going to stretch my legs and maybe go and get a snack, because I had a kind of a small dinner, and so I am going to get myself more for dinner. Thank you. I'm back. Thank you, by the way, for the ads once again. It is much appreciated. There we go. Whew. Could also probably... There we go, just to be safe. There we go. There we go. Got myself some crackers. They're like these kind of flavored crackers, which is really nice. you know. Nothing good stuff right there. Yo, Twitch ad has ended. Thank you for the warning about the Twitch ad. I actually almost missed it. Catch you guys up, because only like a couple seconds happened. I presented the wine glass as evidence because obviously they were dropping that off. But Mr. Powers. Yes? You're easily influenced by other people's words, aren't you? As soon as you heard the bellboy might have been the killer, you got caught up in believing that it must be true. But, isn't he really suspicious? He's got all those stitches and, So, a baseball has stitches. You're not wrong. Are you saying all baseballs are suspicious because they have stitches? Are you? Are you racist to baseballs? That's... No. Well, there's also, I mean, what about being empty-handed? I would like to ask the court to please take a look here. This is the crime scene. There is a wine glass sitting next to Mr. Kurita's body. The liquid inside the glass is tomato juice. And now, if you would look at what is on top of the table in the lower right corner here. Anyone can clearly see that it's a tray with a bottle of tomato juice on it. The bellboy had just brought this to Mr. Kurita's room. He left the tray in the room, which is why he left empty-handed. But that would mean the bellboy had seen and left a dead body in the room. No. But can you prove that Mr. Kurita was already dead at the time? Mr. Edgeworth? Yes? I blame you for leading me down this route. I'm terribly sorry. What is with him? Why is he laughing? Witness, isn't there one more thing you would like to share with us? Is there? The bellboy was empty-handed, or should I say empty-handed? I recall you said something interesting about his hands. Oh yeah, I almost forgot! Huh? But what? That bellboy, he was wearing gloves. Gloves? Yeah, pitch black. Leather ones. All the other bellboys don't wear gloves like that, right? Black leather gloves. Why didn't you mention it earlier? Sorry, it slipped my mind. Ugh, boy, does this make the bellboy look really suspicious. Alright, gotta focus. I can't get lax here. So what if he had gloves? A lot of bellboys wear gloves. Come on, Mr. Wright. The bellboy was wearing black leather ones. So? A football is made of leather? Are you saying all footballs are suspicious because they're made of leather? Mr. Wright, Phoenix, Nikki boy over here. You can only use that argument so many times. You can only use that argument so many times. But that man, he received a large roll of cash from the defendant. And then he was leaving the crime scene wearing black leather gloves. The leather yoinkers. I don't think that even someone like myself can believe that he was just another bellboy. It seems we've finally come to an understanding. Now then, witness, please continue with the rest of your testimony. Welcome back. We just learned that all footballs are suspicious. The rest? Oh, yes, please, tell us more. Okay. Their second meeting. After leaving Juan's room, the bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door, just like that. He gave something to the person inside the room. And then the old guy just left, without even going in the room. After that, I went to the bathroom and then back to my seat. All footballs are such. So the bellboy, after leaving the crime scene, next went to the defendant's room. Yeah, kind of saw all that by accident. Accident? I'd say you saw too much. And all of it was suspicious to high heaven. I think it's safe to say we can no longer consider this bellboy to be normal. Now then, let us get started, shall we? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Yes, Your Honor. Their second meeting. After leaving Juan's room, the bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door. Just like that. Is that what you saw while you were busy spying? Excuse me? I may be poor, underpaid action star, but even I wouldn't stoop to spying. Well, I think at this point, where did you watch all this from, Mr. Powers? Oh, from the door of the bathroom with my left eye and a sort of sneaky spy-like. I knew he was spying! Please, does it really matter if he was doing it over or underhandedly? What did the bellboy do next? That's all I care to know. He gave something to the person inside the room. I said hold it! Okay. That's better. What kind of statement is that? Please elaborate. Give us a few more details. Oh, okay. I should probably ask him only one question at a time. Ask about the something. He gave something to this person? Yeah! And what was the something? If I remembered what it was, I wouldn't be calling it something, would I? But that implies that something was removed from the scene of the crime. Are you sure you really can't remember, Mr. Powers? I think it was something kind of small. This is an incredibly crucial piece of information. Please try to remember what it was. I'll try. In the meantime, let's talk about another point, namely, what the bellboy did next. So after he gave the person inside the room the thing... No, listen here. I said, hold it. No, we're going back to that. Because if you're not going to give us answers for one, you're giving us answers for the other. Who was the person who took the something the bellboy handed off? Oh, well, actually, I don't know. What do you mean? I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. Only an arm? Jeez. Then you're saying you didn't see the person's face? Yeah. I would like to summarize the testimony up to this point, if you don't mind. When the bellboy left the crime scene, he immediately went to the defendant's room. There he was handed a small item of some sort to the person inside. As for the person who received the item, all you could see was the person's arm. Yep, just like that. Mr. Edgeworth, is this all really that important? Of course, Your Honor. I think this is of the utmost importance. This is when whatever was removed from the crime scene was handed over to the client. Mr. Powers, please try to remember what it was the bellboy handed off. Well, let's see. I think it was... Oh... If you remember, please add it to your testimony. Yes, sir. If I saw it again, I could see for sure what it was. But I think it was some sort of wooden statue. Wooden statue? Like this figurine? What was the point of that? That what? there a different definition for the word pregnant? Is there a different definition that I don't know about? Excuse me. What does that mean? Okay. Oh, okay. So there's a secondary meaning. It is also an adjective that can mean full of meaning, significant, or suggestive. A pregnant pause, a development pregnant with implications. So it quite literally means full of meaning. Just like how, okay, that explains it. I'll be real, that makes sense, but I, I would say we learn something new every day, don't we? Where did that objection come from? Well, speak up! It was me, Your Honor. What is it, Phoenix? I have a feeling that something bad is going to happen once I show this. Mr. Wright, if you have something to say, please spit it out. Yes, Your Honor. Okay, Phoenix, deep breath. Mr. Powers, the something you saw. Was it this item? Oh, hey, that's it. That's something. Well, Mr. Wright, you really figured it out. I recall we found this in Matt Ungard's mansion. The defendant's house? I grew up with the phrase, so it's not weird to me. Understandable? Understandable. What does it mean? Well, it's simple, Your Honor. Chili the Killer assassinated Juan Corrida in his room. And then he stole this wooden bear from the scene of the crime. Then the bear being found at Mattangard's mansion would mean... It goes without saying, Your Honor. Mr. Mattangard is the killer's client. Order! Order! I said order! Mr. Wright, this is an unfortunate turn of events for you. Yeah. Sorry, Mia. No, it's alright. Your judgment was sound. Actually, I figured the bear would come up. If not now, then it would have later on. Even if you hadn't shown it in court, I'm sure your friend Edgeworth would have. I almost forgot that he knew about that too. I think it's clear that there's no need for us to continue this trial. I can't let this happen. I have to do something. There has to be something we overlooked. Your Honor, a minute, please. Yes, Mr. Wright. There's still a few points left that we've not fully explored. What are you trying to pull? Oh, well, we can't have that. All right, Mr. Wright. What questionable point would you like to explore further? The bear itself. I think it's fairly obvious that the bear itself is very questionable. The bear, Mr. Wright? This was found at Mr. Ungard's mansion. However, Mr. Ungard was arrested at the hotel that night. Which means that since the murder occurred, he had not had the chance to go home. Oh. I think Your Honor has already figured out what I'm trying to say. It's not possible that it was Mr. Ungard who took this bear to the mansion. Yeah, that's... Why, that's very true. We didn't consider that point, Mr. Wright. There's no way, time-wise, for the defendant to have taken the bear home. Whew. Disaster averted. Edgeworth, you haven't gotten the best of me yet, Mr. Wright. Huh? I remember it clear as day. I remember what you muttered to yourself at Ungard's mansion. We have this area completely surrounded. There's no way for him to escape. I can't believe it. Butler, all this time, he was the killer. The killer and Ungard were working together, so to speak. And the killer was hiding at Ungard's mansion as its butler. What a bold move! This bear figurine was brought back to Ungard's mansion by the killer himself. When it looked like he was about to be arrested, God had him do so. I assume because it would have been bad had the police found it during the investigation. See, my problem is why the hell would he take the bear in the first place? It literally has nothing to do... Like, what does he have to gain for taking that bear? There's no motive. You know, that's what I'm trying to figure out right now. Now, I feel like I'm a bit ahead of the game right now, because, like, why? Why would he ask for the bear to be given to him, and then to, like... Right? Right? I'm not crazy. Well, Mr. Wright, you've been quiet for a while now. This is too much. Isn't there anything I can attack at all? I have to try. I have to find something else. What will you do now, Mr. Wright? Do you plan to... I plan to expose a clearly shaky place in Mr. Power's testimony. What? There is still another one? There is indeed, Your Honor, and it's quite a questionable point. What are you trying to pull? Oh, well, we can't have that. All right, Mr. Wright, what questionable point would you like to explore further? The person who received the bear. There was one thing in Mr. Power's testimony that was very unclear, and that is the identity of the person who received the bear. He gave something to the person inside the room. I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. As long as we don't know who it was that took that bear, we can't be sure. Ah! Huh? 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 What? What is it, Mr. Powers? Are you going to scream like that? Then at least give us a good reason why. Oh, yeah, sorry. Actually, so I remembered, I remember who took the bear. What? Really? I only saw his arm, but the arm. It was the Nickel Samurai's arm, I swear! You've gotta be kidding me! Are you sure of that, Mr. Powers? Yeah, it was for sure the Nickel Samurai. Order! Order! It looks like you've dug your own grave yet again. How many times is that today? I've lost count. So the person who took this little bear was the Nickel Samurai. And as we all know, Matt on Guard is the Nickel Samurai. Yeah, but excuse you. Amy? What was her name again? Andrews. Adrian Andrews. Where did Amy come from? Thanks to the defense, we've made this all quite clear. I think we've heard enough. We all know that the bear figurine was at the defendant's mansion, as well as who it was that received the bear from the assassin in his room. Everything has become very clear. The client who hired the assassin to commit the murder was Mr. Matt on Guard. I see no reason for this trial to continue, therefore I will now hand down my verdict. Thank you, Your Honor, for your understanding. You see, Mr. Wright, you could not win against the truth, could you? I knew it would turn out this way. After all, what Edgeworth has stated is the truth. Any last objections, Mr. Wright? Well, do I? What should I do? Raise an objection, obviously. Objection! There's only one way for me to drag out this trial. The only thing I have left is this one dirty trick. Your Honor, right now we have these two reasons to believe my client is the assassin's client. Reason number one, he accepted the bear figurine from the assassin. Reason number two, that very same figure was found at Unguard's mansion. However, it's possible this is all the work of a certain other person. What are you saying? What I'm saying is, it's possible a different person is the killer's real client. The real client? Yes. Is this all you have? Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your theory. Who do you say is the killer's real client and therefore the murderer? Well, it can't be them. So, the thing is, we know one other person who could have been wearing that costume at the time. And that person has to be Adrian Andrews. Right? Right? Phoenix's scummiest moment, all to save Maya. Adrian Andrews? Yes, we already know that she tried to frame Matt on guard for the crime by wearing a spare nickel samurai costume. Ah! Then the nickel samurai arm that I saw... That could very well have been Miss Andrews. Well, what about Mr. On Guard? If you would please recall yesterday's testimony. The defendant was taking a nap during the break period. That's right. Then, finding this figure at Mr. On Guard's mansion. It was a well-laid trap set up by Miss Andrews. Mr. Edgeworth, what's your opinion on this? I can't even begin to count the flaws in the defense's logic. Besides which, there is no evidence to support it. However, I can't fully discount its possibility either. What is with this trial? Come on, anyone can tell that On Guard did it. Can't believe... Yeah, unbelievable! It's not something petty, it's murder! This is to save Maya. This is to save Maya. Even if the whole world turns against me, this is one fight I can't give up on. Order! Order! All disruptive parties will be forced to leave the courtroom. Your Honor. For the benefit of the defense, I'm willing to play along with this what-if game. Is what-if game, Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution is prepared to challenge the defense's theory. Mr. Wright, even you must have thought it strange and wondered, why would the criminal want this little wooden bear? Yeah, I do. He's right. The killer did specifically bring that bear to On Guard right away. Why do you ask? Is there something special about it? Absolutely. And I'm sure that once the court knows its significance, the true killer's identity will become crystal clear. Your Honor, the prosecution calls upon a witness who will clear all doubts against Miss Andrews. And who would that be? It's quite simple, Your Honor. Miss Adrian Andrews herself. I see. Well then, the court will take a short 10-minute recess. Really? This early? Damn, this is gonna be a long one. The prosecution
Have you
will
found
prepare
your
its
daily
witness at that
pebbles?
time. Listen, we're currently doing... Yeah, I know that you are obsessed with Daily Pebbles, my friend. But, we're currently doing a trial at the moment, so... skip it. Yes, Your Honor. Oh, I knew it was a good idea to hold her hostage. Don't you agree, Mr. Lawyer? But I never thought in your desperation you'd try to pin the guilt on Adrian. I swear this demon will pay. This This model is weirdly fitting for what we're doing right now. Mr. Nick! Pearls? Where's Mia? I don't know. Really strong power suddenly called her away. Really strong power? Mr. Nick, your phone is... It's from Gumshoe. Switch time. Switchy! How's it going? Have you been hanging in there, pal? Yeah, sort of. We just barely found something to latch on to. Ooh, that's good, pal. What about you? Anything yet? Have you figured out where the killer and Maya are? We still don't have any leads, but... What? We don't have any more time! If we just had even a single clue, it would be really helpful. I was only able to come this far because I kept thinking to myself, I've got to keep the trial going until Maya's been rescued. But have I just run out of luck this time? Is all our hope for naught? Tent. Huh? A tent? I could see a circus tent. Mia? It looks like Maya was unconscious until just a few minutes ago. As soon as she woke up, she called for me. So it was Maya that called you away. She's locked in a dusty little room right now, but I could see a circus tent outside the window about 300 feet away. Gumshoe! Is there a circus in town right now? There's only one, pal, the very big circus. Maya's somewhere within a 300-foot radius of the main tent. What? Okay, hold on a sec, pal. Hey, draw a circle on that map, about 300-foot radius of the main tent. Hurry! And? I could see a mailbox under the window just outside. Gumshoe, there's also a mailbox. Okay. What else? What else, Mia? I'm sorry, but it's all a very small window. I couldn't see anything else. Felt like I was in an old office building. Maybe the 3rd floor? I heard her. Old office building. Good stuff, pal. Okay, just hang in there a little longer, pal. Wish us luck. Good luck. I'll call you later, so don't let your battery die, okay, pal? Okay. Mia, Maya's not hurt, right? She's in pretty bad state, Phoenix. She's being starved. Won't you please hurry? Looks like we're out of time. You alright, Phoenix? Only a matter of time before Maya's rescued. I can do this. I just have to make the trial last a little longer. March 23rd, 12:05 p.m., District Court Number 3. Court will now reconvene. The killer, the man who murdered the victim, handed this to his client. And from this, one obvious question arises. Why this particular item? And I believe the answer to that question will provide us with the name of the real culprit. Now then, the prosecution calls the defendant's manager, Adrian Andrews, to the stand. Currently, the witness is accused of tampering and obstruction of justice. However, you have been called to the witness stand today to ascertain who exactly is guilty of murder. I understand. Very good. Now, have you ever seen this bear before, Miss Andrews? Of course I have. You've seen it before? That's right. It's only natural the witness has... Miss Andrews, could you please enlighten the court about the bear's secret? All right. Why does she... The bear figurine. Actually, this is an elaborate puzzle. If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart, one piece at a time. At its center is a small cavity with just enough room to store a small item. Because of its complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open the bear. You really can't tell it's just a small jewelry box by looking at it. So this figurine is a container of sorts, is it? Yes, looks can be deceiving, wouldn't you agree? Yes, that is superb craftsmanship. Oh yes, I nearly forgot. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Looks as if there really is something to that bear after all. The bear figurine. Actually, this is an elaborate puzzle. If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. It's a small cavity. Yeah, hold up. What do you mean by jewelry box? Who else knows about this bear as actually a small container or jewelry box? I never told anyone. As long as Juan never told anyone either, then only the two of us knew. The two of you, huh? Then of course that means Mr. Engard didn't know, right? We don't know anything about that figurine. We should try to find out more. I keep pressing her. It's an elaborate puzzle. A puzzle? That's right. But it looks like an ordinary figure. True enough. To people who don't know, I'm sure they would never guess that it was a puzzle. So what kind of puzzle is it exactly? If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. Do you take it apart? How would one go about doing that? Well, first you turn its tail to the right, and then you push it in. Oh, yes, I see. After that, the arms and legs are free to move, and they can be removed. Oh, this is the most interesting. A boy and his new toy. It's like he's 5 all over again. Oh, don't mind me. Go ahead, carry on. I think he's lost it. What did you find when you take the puzzle apart? At the center is a small cavity that's just enough room to store a small item. And how would you know about this? I know because I was the one who bought it. Huh? It was a souvenir from a friend when I went to Switzerland. Then this was a present from you? That's right. It was a puzzle in the shape of a bear, so I thought it'd be perfect for Juan. So it was a present from Miss Andrews. Witness, let's continue your testimony. Because of its complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open the bear. So who exactly knew how to solve the puzzle? Only the two of us, Juan and myself. It was a souvenir from Switzerland. So I doubt there are many people with the same bear in this country. But this looks like it could be easily broken. Especially if someone wanted to get what was inside. Well, it is a toy. But it can never be the same again once it's been broken. I think that's about all I'm going to get for now. Figurine updated. Well, Mr. Wright, I think even you have come to realize that there's one very important fact that we've uncovered, and that is this. This bear's actually a jewelry box. Now that we've agreed on that point, this is the only logical question that can come next, and that is this. What is inside the box? What's inside? That's right. That's what we are going to find out next, witness. Yes? You are the only one who can open this. Please. There's a painful silence hanging over the courtroom. All eyes are on Miss Andrews now as she solves the puzzle and takes the bear apart. I've opened it. Is this what you wanted? What is that? It looks like a note. I don't think we need to guess at what this is, do we, Mr. Wright? It's the suicide note. The suicide note? The suicide note left by Juan Corrida's former manager, Celeste Impacts. Until now, no one knew the whereabouts, but just as we suspected, it was hidden. Hidden by the victim, Juan Corrida himself. It seems Celeste Impax had a very beautiful handwriting, and she just as beautifully signed her own name on this document. This is the most definitely the note she left right before she committed suicide. Okay, but here's the thing. How does that implicate Unguard in this murder specifically? It'll probably implicate her for, like, Celeste Impact, and them for Celeste Impax, obviously, but, like, you know, that makes sense. Witness, did you know about this? Yes, I did. I heard all about it from Juan. When I discovered his body, I looked for the bear. I wanted to destroy the note before it became public, but I couldn't find it anywhere. Off topic, yesterday I found out that... God. Awful. Because it already had been taken by the killer. Everything's going at Mr. Edgeworth's pace. Now the suicide note has been found, what's the next logical question? What's written on the note? That's right. At least that's what I would think. I believe it's only appropriate the contents of this note be made known. I can't stop you, can I? I went through so much just to get my hands on it. And I was going to burn it for her sake. I'm deeply sorry, but I can't allow you to persuade me to stop. Your Honor, if you could please read the contents of the note aloud. Very well. I decided to make fun of him. The pick is in memes. Let's see. Also, I'm gonna go ahead and say, that that's the extent of us discussing anything about that man, because the more I learn about that man, and the bullshit that gets up to, the worse I feel. You know, this is an escape. Oh, my least favorite one. Month madness. You take all my worries away. Judge's voice rang loud and clear through a deathly silent courtroom. In her note, Celeste Impax left to us a record of all that had happened to her, about being used and then thrown away by Unguard, about being engaged to Kurita and Unguard's role in destroying that, and about how she decided in her despair to end it all. And that's all Miss Impax had to say. There is one thing I'd like to say here. The prosecution has no interest in slandering Mr. Unguard. Then what? Our intention, Your Honor, is to establish a motive for murder. Isn't that correct, witness? Yes. On the night of the murder, Juan was going to make the contents of the note public. After the post-ceremony show, he was going to hold a press conference. My word! Matt Unguard values above all else his refreshing like a spring breeze image. Which is why he had to stop this note from being made public. At any cost. Suicide note added to the court record. It's Unguard's fault that the woman killed herself, and this time he even went so far as to kill someone else to stop him from revealing that. How terrible. What a selfish person. There's no room for doubt here. Mr. DeKiller's client's goal was to obtain this suicide note. And the only person who needed this note that badly was the defendant. Let's not forget that the bear with the note inside was found in the defendant's house. Seems we've come to the truth at last. The defendant's motives were entirely selfish. He deserves no sympathy from anyone. How am I supposed to escape from this one? Why the hesitation, Phoenix? Gumshoe hasn't called yet, so you know what you must do. I know. I have to carry on and buy him some more time. Okay. There are two deadly pieces of evidence, the figurine and the suicide note. I forgot to ask, who made your model? So, this was made by Relics for the Spellbound epilogue, because Term was in hell for 2.5 years, and so, you know, big, you know, they had, like, this whole thing. Relics did a wonderful job on it. They allowed me to use it, and I'm not gonna lie, I fully plan to commission them for a full body model of it later, so that way I can use it in stream more frequently. Because unfortunately, below to break the immersion for some of you, below this desk there are no legs. But again, Relics did a amazing job on it. I could, like, it's so emotive. I forgot Relics did live 2D. Yeah, Relics is so cool. Relics is so cool. Like, that's amazing. Like, they got this to me literally the day of, like, the epilogue, and I'm like, I am setting this up right now. Term is a warrior. They took your legs. They took my fucking legs. Oh, God. Maybe somehow I can find a way out of this situation through one of those. The gavel's already in the judge's hand, Phoenix. Hurry! The suicide note or the figurine? Which one of these should I pursue? So, Celeste's suicide note is more likely to affect Unguard. But the figurine could only be opened, and its actual existence only... They revoked my leg subscriptions. Yeah, I won't get my... They're holding my legs hostage until I can pay them for a full body model. Oh. But the figurine, only Adrian and Juan Carita have access and know about it. And knew what would be in there. You gotta renew them. I gotta renew my subscription to Legs Limited. Please wait, Your Honor. Oh man, look at that lawyer. You're still going at it? It's like he doesn't care that he's trying to get a killer off the hook. The assassins took this with him for the crime scene after murdering Mr. Carita. At the request of his client, of course. So what's your point, Mr. Wright? I don't think it's possible that Mr. De Killer's client was Matt Unguard. In fact, I think there's a contradiction here. You can't tell just by looking at it, but this bear is really a jewelry box. The chance that Matt Unguard thought the note was inside the bear are 0 to none. Oh, I didn't think of it that way. See, Phoenix's opinion of this is so simple because we know that only 2 people know the existence of this box, supposedly. Exactly. But I didn't think of it that way, and I thought it was rather strange. After all, there's no reason why Mr. Unguard would ever want a jewelry box like this. Order! Order! You make a valid point, Mr. Wright. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion? It was just a flash, but I think I did rather well on that one. Unfortunately, I think he believes differently. I believe a show of appreciation is in order. Uh-huh. The defense seems to be in love with wishing more despair upon itself. I would like to direct the court's attention to this. What is that? It is a very small video camera, Your Honor. This type of camera is commonly used as a means of spying. Spying? But the spy camera was in my possession. Matt Unguard and the victims both thought of the other as their biggest rival. They even went so far as to use this type of item to find each other's weaknesses. And the victim, Juan Carita, was being spied on. His personal life was being watched by none other than Matt Unguard, if you thought the parrot was a strange witness. Uh-oh. Okay, well now I need to think about what the strange witness could be. Oh, well that answers it. Don't tell me we're questioning the walkie-talkie. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor? You don't tell me you knew about your client's spying activities. Well, sorta. Sort of is not an acceptable answer, Mr. Wright. I see you are confused, Mr. Wright. You're probably thinking, but I have the camera that was in the stuffed bear's eye. But this camera that I have is not the same one. Last night I searched the victim's house on a hunch. Using this Gumshoe's bug sweeper. By the way, Mr. Wright, the defendant's fingerprints were found on this camera. Matt and Gott's fingerprints were on there! Well, Phoenix, looks like those cameras were hidden all over the place, huh? What am I supposed to say to that evidence? I think this is the end. It's fairly obvious that Mr. Ungod learned of the suicide note through this. He was watching the victim all along. He got me good this time. I don't have anything to counter that. Hey, now, what's that lawyer thinking? Mommy, that mean it's bad killer guy? Shh, stop. Don't look at him. The way he's sweating is just so, ew, nasty. Phoenix. Yes, Chief? Have you figured out what you're going to do next? What am I going to do next? Does running away like a frightened child work? I know it seems like Mr. Edgeworth is very close to putting a lid on the case, but in his eagerness to prove his point, he forgot one very important thing. Well, what was it, Mia? There's a piece of evidence that he really should investigate. Something he should investigate? I would really hate to see a good prosecutor get scolded. For not remembering to look into the item that he had when he had the chance. Why are you speaking in riddles all of a sudden? Alright, I think it's time we finally understand everything. Well, Mr. Wright, you don't have any further objections, do you? What is this piece of evidence Mia's talking about? Listen, I have an idea, but I don't trust my idea. Casually walking the talkie. Can I figure out what it is we still need to look into? No. Present some evidence, my man. Present some goddamn evidence. I have an objection, Your Honor. That was about the weakest objection I've ever heard from you, Mr. Wright. Objection! Your Honor, the defense has no intention of letting this go easy. You're beginning to sound desperate. This is your imagination, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, this is not like you at all. In your eagerness to prove your point, you've forgotten one very important thing. Hey, isn't that what I just said? So you're telling me that I forgot something? You're so close, Mr. Edgeworth. But there's something you really should examine about this piece of evidence. So it's either this, because it says that it was set in the room from 8 p.m. for 1 hour. Set to record from 8 p.m. for 1 hour. Like, it had a setting on it. It's either that, or the stuffed bear itself. But I'm gonna go with the camera. Well, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, I do believe some special examination is needed. But I think the item that should be examined is the defense's gray matter. Whoops. Mr. Wright, after this trial is over, I would like to see you in my chambers. Take me out to dinner first, jeez. There we go. Gonna save there so I don't gotta go as far. There's something you really should examine about this piece of evidence. Hmm. Well... Oh, hey, ad. That actually gives me some time to think this through a bit. Really does feel like... What hasn't had the chance to be examined yet? I mean, technically the credit card receipt for the bear, but that also is proof that Unguard bought it. And that doesn't really help with the whole thing. I mean, I guess I could do the walkie-talkie, but like, you know? Feels a bit odd. Because that would imply that Phoenix submitted the radio transceiver that put down the killer into evidence at some point, and no one brought it up, including him. You know? I mean, I'll probably try that once the break is over, but like... Actually, you know what hasn't been used in court yet? My attorney's badge. It was me. I was the killer the whole time. I'm back. What has happened so far? So, I believe we're currently in ad at the moment. So, I'm just gonna wait out until you, until we get back. Oh, wait, no, that's an ad that's starting in 5 minutes. Jeez. I guess I can explain it in the meantime, though. So, we are currently stalling for time, and Phoenix feels really icky about it because they're like, they know who the killer is, and it's their own client, but they can't do anything until the police get Maya. We have been stalling, trying to sort of pin the blame onto Adrian Andrews, which hasn't been doing that well. And thankfully, we were able to get a hint to where Maya was because Maya brought Mia to them when they woke up. And they found that they were within 300 feet of a circus. And there's only one circus in town, and that's the very big circus. So the police are now searching that area. And hopefully, if we stall a bit longer, Maya will be safe, and we can actually allow the victim to be accused. You know? But I've already spent a couple minutes sitting here waiting for the thing to happen, so I'm just gonna sit here a bit longer. Also, let me see. Oh, some good stuff. There we go. While we wait for this ad to start, I'm gonna do the color change thing again because we didn't get to see. Ooh, I'm purple. I'm purple. I'm Urple with a pink ring. That's pretty neat. Nether turn. Oh, right. I never got to tell you guys about the job interview. I had my interview today. Hopefully soon I'll be getting like an email from like corporate about the I say corporate, and they'll be approving or denying my stuff. The interview went well because it literally was just me catching up with an old friend, more or less. And they just have to do the background check, which is going to be hilarious, depending on how, like, far back they go for the background check, because, like how in-depth they are. Because imagine, like, applying to a job, and they're just like, who is this guy? And they look it up, and it's just like, why is there a pink axolotl? Why is there an axolotl, man? I mean, this isn't against anything, but, like, come on. Like we weren't expecting to find this. Yo, wait. Receipt. What are you talking about? We didn't get that receipt. We didn't, like, this receipt here. Like, that receipt wasn't gotten by Von Karma. That was gotten by Edgeworth because we were looking for the stuff there. Like, Von Karma's in the hospital. Oh, well. Ads will be over shortly. And then we can do our thing, you know? We're just chilling like a villain. Make sure to go get your snacks, everybody. But yeah, I guess we can do the radio transceiver, but like, again, that feels kind of backwards. That might just be me, though. Just imagine you're going to work and someone being like, hi, Terminian Link VT. And I'm just like, how did you find out? Grabs them by the scruff of their neck. How did you find out? As if I have anything to hide, though. Like, what are they gonna do? Tell everybody? Okay, cool. So what? A bunch of you, you're gonna do me some self-promotion? You're gonna do some promotion for me? Cool. Let me know. The worst I can think of is, like, them seeing my anti-capitalism rants and being very concerned. You know? Because, like, a company being like, ooh, they don't like capitalism, you know? Not a good look. They don't like the one thing that we're designed to do. Then again, they should understand. Sometimes it ain't about the money. Sometimes it's about the Mets. The Mets, baby, the Mets. Come on, let's get a home run. Love the Mets. Do you think there's some people, like some students with ADHD, that, like, in order to put the stress on to get their papers done, they put the Phoenix Wright like tension soundtrack on in the background, because I feel like this soundtrack is really good for that. I don't know. Anyway, welcome back, everybody. I hope the ads weren't too crazy. You know, it's that time of year, so. Well, Mr. Edgeworth. Not examined by anyone. Camera hasn't been examined. The press conference ticket. Your Christmas. Your Christmas. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. They weren't too crispity. Crispity. Christmas. Just a week away. It's Christmas. I'm so excited. I'm gonna have to make that a redeem soon. Okay, so... Not that. Not that. Transmitter? Oh, help me. Oh, wow. Goodness. Just a week away. I'm gonna hit every single one of these. I'm gonna hit every single one of them. I'm gonna hit every single one of them. There? No. Okay, so it's not bear. I'm pretty... Okay. It's not that one either. I already did that one. I don't know why I presented it again. Okay. My attorney's badge. No. What about my Magatama? Video transmitter, Lotus camera, magazine clipping, hotel guide map, guitar case, wine glass, crime photo, the button, suicide reports, autopsy report, knife, Lotus photo, picture card, spy camera, transmitter, bear receipt, Celeste, figurine, suicide note? There we go. That's Miss Impact's suicide note, right? Hmm? Who knows? I mean, sure, this suicide note was found inside this bear, but this bear was in my possession until only a few moments ago. Which means... the handwriting on the suicide note has yet to be analyzed. I'll just tell you, since you're just gonna spam, I finally got it. I mean, I guess. I don't know. I feel like them being like, ooh, this stuff hasn't been shown to the court yet. I feel like bringing up the fact that the camera, like, was set to record an hour in. Like, I understand how that would be awful, because it's like there's no guarantee that they haven't been actively resetting the stuff to do another thing for the transmitter. But, like, I don't know. So, As to whether this pivotal piece of evidence really is written by Miss Impax or not, that's yet to be remotely confirmed. Mr. Wright, you can't seriously be Mr. Wright, are you seriously saying that that suicide note is fake? Miss Andrews, you were the one who tried to pin this murder on Mr. Ungard. Who says that you didn't put a fake suicide note and put it into the bear? How dare you? Your Honor, the defense is indiscriminately accusing the witness again. There's no evidence linking the witness to the suicide note whatsoever. But if this is fake, then the witness is the only person who could have made it. What? Recall the witness's testimony concerning the figurine. The only person other than the victim who could have solved the puzzle is the witness herself. No, not her prescriptions. Miss Andrews, you wrote this note, didn't you? You wrote it so you could use it to frame Matt Ungard. I did no such thing! Right, if you're going to pronounce the suicide note a fake, then show this court some evidence to support your theory. No. Mr. Edgeworth, you were the one who presented this scrap of paper as evidence. That means the burden of proof lies with you, the prosecution. That's enough! Mr. Edgeworth, can you confirm the handwriting on this suicide note? It is as the defense has stated, the handwriting is yet to be analyzed. If that's the case, it seems that yet again we've reached a point where the verdict is impossible. That's impossible! This isn't good, Phoenix. The judge is going to carry this trial over one more day. I don't think Maya will physically be able to make it another day. I didn't want to have to do this, but I don't have a choice. I request that both the prosecution and defense further investigate. Handwriting analysis, my butt, that's just the lawyer trying to buy more time. Ungard's guilty! Look at this idiot! Can you tell you that? I think we've reached the end of the line. Guilty, 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 guilty! What's that sound? It's Gumshoe. Hello, Gumshoe? What is with him? What's with the sigh? Where's Maya? What happened to the killer? He got away. What? I'm sorry, pal, I really am. I don't know what to say besides I'm sorry. I wish there was some way to make it up to you. I really do. Anyway, what's going on? We found his hideout, pal, but the two of them were already gone. This is terrible. I'm gonna keep looking for him, pal. Don't you worry. I just need a little more time. But don't tell me we don't have any more. Guilty! 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 Don't you hear that? They're calling for his head. Mr. Wright, I can't. For us to come this far and... Oh! What is it? Let me talk to Mr. Edgeworth. I can't do that. Mr. Wright, would you please get a hold of yourself? Yes, Your Honor. I'm about to end today's proceedings. You may take your phone calls after. Hold it, Your Honor. Edgeworth, catch! I'm sorry, I wasn't ready for the spinning square PNG of the phone. Mr. Edgeworth. Please, you've got to buy us some more time. Court is in session. I'm sorry, Your Honor. You were saying... Mr. Wright, this is a court of law. I'm sorry, Your Honor, but... I am reluctant to do this. However, it appears that I have no choice but to suspend proceedings until tomorrow. This time I really can't do anything. Court is now adjourned for the day. Please wait, Your Honor. Edgeworth? What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? I humbly request another 30 minutes of Your Honor's time. For what purpose? We can perform the necessary tests on this piece of evidence in that time. But can you really obtain the results in 30 minutes? I believe we can, Your Honor. I was waiting for it too. Edgeworth got us. But wouldn't it be better if we adjourned for today and reconvened tomorrow? 30 minutes, please, Your Honor. That's all I'm asking for. Please, Your Honor. Very well. At the prosecution's request, the court will now take a 30-minute recess. But be advised that I will not allow another recess today. I'm not sure if this is helping or hurting us. The court will now take its final recess of the day. March 23rd, 2:04 p.m. District Court Defendant Lobby Number 3. Right, well, what's going on with the Maya situation? The killer, it looks like he got away again. 30 minutes, we can't find her in that time. Ugh. Report! Is that Mr. Edgeworth? We don't have time. Spit it out! Right. It looks like we missed him. We just missed him, sir. But the killer left a few things behind by accident in his rush to get away. A few things? Can we use any of them as evidence? Oh, I thought you'd ask, pal. I've got the thing he left with me right now, and I'm on my way over. Really? That's odd. Any items like that are usually sent to the crime lab first. We don't have time to wait for those guys, sir. When those guys weren't looking, I swiped the stuff and I ran. The worst possible thing. What? Well, I'm not a detective anymore, so I had to. I'm really sorry, sir, but they gotta put the law on hold for now. Sounds bad. I hope this doesn't get in too much trouble for this. With my hunk-of-junk car, I'd say I'd be there in about 20 minutes. Don't worry, I'll be there. Wait for me. Alright, just get here in one piece. I'm on a mission, and no one can stop me now, sir. No one! I'm pulling out all the stops and running every red light. Look, I know this sounds bad. Items left by the murderer. Maybe there's something among them that'll be decisive enough to end this? Holy shit, what was... Hey, what's wrong? Detective Gumshoe! Answer me! No one can stop me. What happened? Sounded like he had an accident. I'm guessing the cell phone broke as well. No, it's not fair! It should have been Von Karma! What was he thinking? We gotta hurry and call for help! But we have no idea where he is. His cell phone is broken, and he wasn't driving a patrol car, so no radio either. Also, if we don't get those items before they do, the police will take possession of them. No, we can't let that happen! Well, if there's a way we can find out where he is, then we stand a chance. Why did Gumshoe have to get into an accident now? Is there any way to find out exactly where he is at this moment? There's always a way. That's right. There's a way. What? How? I'm sure we can find out Detective Gumshoe is through this. is the part where I present the transmitter. It's either going to be the transmitter, or it could be Von Karma, because they can track the detective with the little thing, the bug they planted on him. Why are you bringing up Francisca at a time like... Oh! Oh, I see! I'll try to get in contact with her. The chances are slim, but she's all we have. Francisca. Will she even want to help us? Edgeworth, what is it? I don't have any right to judge anyone ever again. I know my client is guilty, but what I'm doing right now, I'm pinning the guilt on someone who's totally innocent and using the evidence to do so. It might be my turn to say defense attorney Phoenix Wright chooses death. Right. It doesn't suit someone like you to cry useless tears. Whether you did your job well or not, that can only be seen after the verdict has been decided. The verdict? Is Prosecutor Edgeworth here? Yes, Bailiff. There's a phone call for you, sir. They say it's extremely urgent. Probably finished with the handwriting analysis. I have to get back and take this call. In the meantime, think hard about what it is you must do. Time for shenanigans. We're gonna shenan again? Court will now reconvene. I assume both sides are ready. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. Why are you angry? I can understand the defense acting like this. However, why do you seem distraught, Mr. Edgeworth? It's nothing, Your Honor. What's wrong with Edgeworth? Looks like something unexpected just happened to him. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you could please tell the court the results of the handwriting analysis on Miss Inpax's suicide note. Yes, Your Honor. Unfortunately, we've discovered that this suicide note is a forgery. What? What do you mean, Edgeworth? This note was not written by Miss Inpax herself. It's fake. Order! Order! Mr. Edgeworth, would you care to explain what's going on? If this is not written by Miss Inpax, then who wrote it? We would need more time to do a more detailed analysis. However, it appears that the handwriting matches that of the victim, Mr. Juan Corrida. Mr. Corrida? Well, well. Looks like Miss Inpax never left a suicide note at all. He never wrote anything about On Guard. However, Your Honor, even though this suicide note is indeed fake, Mr. On Guard could not have known that, and so that fact remains unchanged. Acting under the assumption that it was real, he had plotted to possess it. That does sound very plausible. His theory that On Guard has no idea the suicide note was fake? Something seems a little wrong with it. Present evidence. The defense believes that the theory the prosecution has stated contradicts testimony. If everything the prosecution has proven up to this point is true, then it's impossible for Mr. Ungard to not have known it was a fake. The camera? What is this little item called again? A video camera, Your Honor? Well, the very small one, but... Oh, that's right, a camera. Ah, you kids and your fancy toys nowadays. Mr. Edgeworth, earlier you claimed that Mr. Ungard knew the existence of this note. Because he was spying on the victim, isn't that right? If that were true, then that means Mr. Ungard would have known the victim had forged the note. So then, the defendant knew the suicide note was a fake. And if that's true, then the situation had suddenly changed in a very dramatic way. Exactly, Your Honor. The prosecution's theory as to what Mr. Ungard's motive for murder was suddenly disappeared into thin air. But, Your Honor, it's not as if Mr. Ungard monitored Mr. Kurita 24 hours a day. Perhaps the victim wrote the note in a place Mr. Ungard didn't know of. Well, right back at you, Mr. Edgeworth. Why don't you show us some proof that the victim made a forgery at an unknown place? Ugh. Order! Order, Mr. Edgeworth! It looks like this time it is you who's dug his own grave. Ugh. As I figured. Huh? As you figured? As I figured, it came down to this after all. Mr. Edgeworth, you're not making any sense. When I heard the results of the handwriting analysis, I thought this might happen. The question is, what's next? What next? If the prosecution can't prove Mr. Ungard's motive through the evidence, then we must prove it from another angle. Well, I agree with you there. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to call a witness to the stand at this time. Oh, well, that's fine. However, this witness is a little unusual. Edgeworth stuttering? This is not like him at all. Unusual? Well, what sort of witness is this person, Mr. Edgeworth? The witness is one who is perfectly fit to answer once and for all the question of who was it that hired Shelley to kill her, to commit murder. That's impossible. Who in the... No such person exists! Who can answer that question with such certainty? Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. Who is the witness? It's... Yes, go on. Who is it? The man himself. Mr. Shelley de Killer. Oh, Mr. de Killer. But what? Shelley de Killer? You mean the killer? I mean the assassin? Yes, Your Honor. He's coming here. To the witness stand. Well, yes, in a manner of speaking. I recognize that this is a very unusual circumstance, but I ask for your permission. Well, Mr. Wright? Yes? Is this all right with you? Do I have a choice here? I can't really do much else to drag this trial out. The defense has no objections, Your Honor. I wonder if it really is all right to do this. Very well, then. The prosecution calls its witness to the stand. Edgeworth, is there no other way left for us? Now then, witness. Your name and your, occupation, please. Very good, sir. My name is Shelley the Killer, and I am a professional assassin. I say! What is going on here? Your Honor? How can you remain so calm at what was the meaning of this two-way radio? Actually, Your Honor, it was delivered to me just now, and it came with a condition. As long as we do not trace its source, Mr. De Killer will testify to the court. This must be what the urgent phone call he got earlier. Oh no, this will not do. I cannot allow this in my court. First of all, we can't even be sure it really is Mr. De Killer himself. Witness, please present some sort of proof that you are in fact Shelley De Killer. I understand. Please wait a moment. I'm so hungry. Maya! Maya? A voice. Mr. Wright, can you confirm anything from this? The defense has no objections to this person. We're satisfied that this man is indeed Shelley De Killer. It looks like we've run into yet another unexpected turn of events. Well, it does seem like we have too many choices under these circumstances, so... Now then, witness. There is one thing I would like to confirm before we speak of anything else. And what would that be? At the request of the client, you killed Mr. Juan Corrida. Is that correct? It is as you say. I did indeed kill Mr. Corrida. Now that we have answered that, let's move on to the name of your client. Very well. This is all just a bad dream. Yes, that's it. A bad dream. Shelley De Killer, what is he going to say? About my client. There's something I must first state. To an assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between a client and himself. And that is the reason I am here today, on this witness stand. It is my wish that you grasp this concept before I give you the name of my client. Mr. De Killer seems to be a very clever man. I'd almost say he seems to be mocking us. While he may appear to be our enemy, Your Honor, Mr. De Killer is only stating the truth. He is no hypocrite. He has always stood by his one belief. You mean about his trust between his clients and himself? Seems to be a level of trust beyond what people like me can comprehend. Well, Mr. Wright, are you ready to cross-examine the witness? Yes, Your Honor. There's no way to know what's coming next, so stay cool and collected, Phoenix. This will be on the test. There's something I must first state. To an assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between a client and himself. Trust between you and your client? I provide my services in a fast and efficient manner. In exchange, I trust that my clients are discreet about me and my identity. If too many people know my face, it'd be quite troublesome. And that is why you're testifying in this manner? This is the first time one of my clients has ever been accused of murder. I must preserve the De Killer name, so my clients can trust me. But couldn't someone stab you in the back and break that trust? Never happened before, but if it ever did, yes, that person wouldn't be my client for very long. They would certainly... That's enough, please, no more. Very well, it was only a hypothetical anyway. And that is the reason I'm here on the witness stand today. Seems a little strange to me. I mean, you're about to tell us the name of your client. I would think that that would be very bad for them. Doesn't matter to me. Clients already broken the rules and acted outside of their prescribed role. Their role? This person tried to implicate another of the crime in order to save themselves. And this is a trespass that cannot be forgiven. Who gave you the right to be so high and mighty? To the gentleman who spoke just now, excuse me, but would you care to die?
No, I didn't say anything.
The judge had better watch himself. My wish that you grasp this concept before I give you the name of my client. We understand, so please tell us the name of your client. I'm afraid I can't do that. I still have a few things to say before I do.
Ugh.
Not good for your health to be so aggravated. You won't live very long if you let everything bother you. Somehow, that's coming from an assassin makes it less than comforting. I don't care about the extra fluff. Just tell me the name. Patience, try to calm down a little. It's important to try and understand his mindset. He seems very steadfast and closed, so you're going to have to work to get him to talk. If we hear anything you have to say later, can you please just give us the name? I don't think you understand your place, Mr. Attorney. I said that there's something I must first state. Do you know what the word first means? Sorry, go on.
Legs.
Nothing is more important than a trust between the client and himself. Well, about that. Okay, so it's not that, but probably the transmitter? Either that or the transmitter. That would make sense to me. Or maybe the stuffed bear. See, like, I'm thinking, like, that would prove that, like, hey, there's... Like, do I have to press this again? And then be like, trust between you and your client. You said that your client had already broken the rules. A person who frames another is the worst kind of human. That's why you feel you can betray this person. I have no trust relation with a client who can't understand their assigned role. Just my luck, an assassin with a conscience. Who would have figured? Now then, everyone, do you think you can understand my logic? This case just keeps getting better and better. If you can't, then I'm afraid we can't proceed. Everyone understands your point, I think. Really. In that case, I believe I'm prepared to disclose the information you seek. You've made it crystal clear that the value trust over all else. I believe we are ready. Excellent. And that is why I'm on the witness stand today. I do believe it's about time I revealed the name of my client. Don't you agree? Yeah. What is it? Now I can't bring myself to ask the client's name. If you can't ask it, Mr. Wright, then I will. Witness? What is the name of the client who requested the murder of Mr. Juan Corrida? That person's name is... Adrian Andrews. What? Witness! That is not who you told me it was earlier. Pray tell, what are you talking about, Mr. Prosecutor? I should think I know my own client, and it's Adrian Andrews. What? This can't be! On the phone earlier! What's going on here? My guess is that Mr. DeKiller just stabbed Mr. Edgeworth in the back. Stabbed Edgeworth in the back. I'm sure in order to get the audience with the court, Mr. DeKiller told him a different name. Matt Ungard, perhaps? I knew it! This is outrageous! I was deceived! This witness is clearly telling a serious lie. But you were the one who summoned this witness. You, Shelley DeKiller! My testimony is the truth. The defendant at the moment is Matt Ungard, am I correct? All I wish to do is help procure his acquittal. Wow, all of a sudden, it feels like we can actually win this.
Yeah. Prosecution has failed to provide motive and has instead provided this suicide note, which is a forgery created by the victim. Furthermore, there's a possibility the defendant himself knew it was a fake. But most importantly of all, we have heard from the assassin himself the name of his client. Mr. DeKiller's client, who requested the murder, was not the defendant at all. No. With all this evidence, it is obvious to me that this means that Mr. Matt Ungard is innocent. I seem to have caused you all a bit of confusion. Please, continue your discussion and call me when you've reached a verdict. Bailiff, please bring Miss Adrian Andrews in immediately.
What now? The way this is going, Ungard will be found innocent. This may be our last chance to save Maya. Yeah, but Edgeworth's right. The killer is lying. And Ungard, my client, I know he's guilty. Can I live with myself if I win this?
Who would have believed the prosecution's own witness would absolve the defendant?
Your Honor, the prosecution requests permission to further question the witness. Billy DeKiller is certainly lying under oath. It wasn't me. Listen, everyone, please. The testimony just now, it was all one big lie. Miss Andrews, the suicide note may have been fake, but that man, Matt, he's the reason Celeste died. And Juan's death, it was all because he got pulled into Matt's twisted world. What testimony just now? You have to believe me. It was horrible. A horrible lie. But Mr. DeKiller himself has testified. He's named you his client. No, that's not true. Also, there's quite a bit of evidence that points to you. The knife, the button, donning the nickel samurai costume. That's... You even have a motive. We know that Miss Celeste Impax was a large part of your life. You wanted to follow her. You wanted revenge against the two who hurt her. I would say you have plenty of reason to want them both dead. No! Mr. Wright! You know the truth. Tell them! Tell them the real story! Who the real killer is! Tell them! Please! Help me! I know the truth. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. I believe we've reached the end of the trial. Therefore, I ask the defense for any final words or opinions. I have to decide. Do I take the not guilty verdict and save Maya? Or do I throw this chance away and wait for Gumshoe's new evidence? What am I supposed to do? Request the trial continue. We are defense attorneys. We are attorneys. We are lawyers. And the whole point of a lawyer is to find the truth, no matter how awful it is or what the consequences might be. Phoenix? I can't do it, Mia. I can't accept a not guilty. You are a lawyer. I know. Matt Ungard is a killer. A murderer. I can't let him get away with it. I can't let someone else take the fall. If I let Miss Andrews be convicted, then I'm no better than Ungard. And even though I don't want to admit it, I have to face the fact that it is because of Edgeworth that I now know the real truth. He could have gotten Ungard convicted so many times over, but he never took a single one of those chances. If I take this verdict right now, I'd be betraying his trust. His trust? I never thought about it. I trust him. Yes, you do. Mr. Wright, your opinion, please. The defense requests that we be allowed to further question Mr. DeKiller. Am I hearing you correctly, Mr. Wright? Right? But... The witness has cleared your client through his testimony. Your job here is done. I'm not done yet. To see through I'm not done yet. To see through witnesses' lies and find the truth. That is my job, Your Honor. There's still more evidence to look at. And I'm sure that once the pieces arrive here, it's in this very courtroom, a miracle will occur. Of course he'd do that. Of course he would. Mr. Edgeworth, please reestablish connection with Mr. DeKiller. Right away, Your Honor. Has a verdict been reached? Before that, we would like to talk to you a little more. About? All you needed from me was the name of my client. What else could you need from me? Well, actually, we would like to hear everything you know about this case. That is how things are. Usually done, anyway. What is he talking about, usually done? But what shall we have him testify about now? Mr. DeKiller, if you don't mind, please testify about your client in more detail. You legal people and your procedures. Is it any wonder no one likes to go to court? About my client, Part 2. As I've already stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client. However, one thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime. My client did it to frame another for the crime, while pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene. Adrian Andrews already knew from the beginning that Juan Corrida was dead. But even more appalling is the creation and planting of the knife and the button. That act is what I was referring to when I said my client had broken the rules. This is the most unwelcome turn of events for the 5th time now. However, this time everything has finally been revealed. Excuse you? Just a second, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth? We still have the cross-examination to do. But you don't need to question testimony like this. Do you, Mr. Wright? Fun fact, the choice to continue or request verdict doesn't matter. Phoenix can't go through with it, and you continue anyway. We love a character that when you try to play outside of their moral compass, says, no, I don't care if you're the player, fuck you. Your Honor, the defense will question the witness, as if I have a choice. Huh? Why? What this witness has said is nothing but beneficial to the defense's case. If you scrutinize the testimony, then I'll expose the lies in the oh-so-beneficial testimony, I suppose. I don't understand what's going on anymore. That makes 2 of us. About my client. Client is Adrian Andrews. However, one thing I simply cannot overlook is the tampering with the crime scene. My client did it to frame another for the crime, while pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene. Adrian Andrews already knew from the beginning that Juan Corrida was dead. But even more appalling, the creation and planting of the knife and the button. So why do you think your client did that? What do you mean by why? Well, fiddling around at the scene of the crime is pretty risky. And why would someone who had requested a murder go to the crime scene anyway?
That is true. I assume it was probably done to frame Mr. Ungard. If that's the case, then why didn't the person just request that you do it? Sadly, that is not possible. Huh? My job is to kill, that is all, and to leave my business card behind, naturally. The business card is so my client may escape blame. To protect them is my duty. Lag spike. Lag spike. No! No! Lag spike! Damn you, Bezos! I'm gonna need a clip of that. Because I just imagine just looking up, just going, "Damn you, Bezos!" Oh. We'll hang around a bit, see if we can get the lag to stop. I'm not really sure what's causing the lag, because this has just kind of been happening. But, you know. It's like, this has been happening all over for a lot of people, and it's like, you know. It's unfortunate, to say the least. Yeah, we keep fluctuating between like 1,000 and 5,000. Video froze, I'm audio only and laggy at that. It's term frozen for anybody else. It is a lag spike on my end. We are having a bitrate problem. Once again, it isn't anything that's like Twitch or anything that is open that shouldn't be open. Like, it's nothing. It is something between the computer and getting to Twitch, which is unfortunate, to say the least. But hey, we're gonna figure this out. Come hell or high water. You guys just let me know. Everything is looking like it's stabilizing. Looks like 8,000 kilobits. We're sitting pretty. Everything seems to be coming back. We back, everybody? Are we all good? Are you guys getting your stuff now? Are we good? Yeah, if you do audio only, I can hear you. Yeah, but are we good now? Like, I'm looking at my bitrate now, and everything is now on the up and up. You know? Hey, like... Video's back. See, there we go. I think it was just some weird hiccup. But hey, we got it fixed. Even if they say it's for revenge, setting someone else up to take your fall. That act is what I was referring to when I said my client had broken the rules. One thing I know for sure is I can't let this trial end. Refresh it if you need to, everyone. Absolutely. What is it, Mr. Wright? If I press him the wrong way, it might raise suspicion on his end. I have to do something to waste more time. Witness, about requesting a hit. Yes? How much is your fee? I see you're also quite a dark-hearted man, Mr. Attorney. Huh? If you would like to talk business, I mean, we can do so after the trial. No, I am not thinking of Mr. Wright. Yes? You want to kill me? You want me dead, don't you? What? No, why would I think something like that, Your Honor? Guilty! Mr. Phoenix Wright, you are hereby declared guilty! Witness? Let's continue. I just realized there's gonna be some below freezing tonight. Sleeping bag deployed. Ooh. Why did you disclose the name of your client? They are your client, are they not? One thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the crime scene. I would think that most people would be able to overlook a person hiring another to kill.
If I had problems with such a thing, it would be I wouldn't be very efficient with my job. Ah, yeah, well, change in occupation might be good for you. However, I will say this. Even though I am the one that does the deed, my clients are always the real guilty party. That goes without saying, Mr. the Killer. And their fate is to live with that knowledge of their guilt on their shoulders. However, my client this time thought they could run away from their guilt. My client did it to frame another for the crime. And that's all you have to testify? Yes, and I pray that I'll never be called to the stand again. Again? As in, you plan to continue? I must, as I have yet to find a person to take my place and become the fourth successor. Actually, how would you like a new life, Mr. Attorney? Excuse me? No, I'm fine. Really. Are you really now? I wonder what kind of man the judge thinks I am now. Are you talking about the button and the knife? Yes, and my business card. Oh, this card. Let me know if you want help. Nah, I'll figure it out. So that no one has to waste their time, including police. I always make it a point to make things as easy as possible. I try to make things easy. My business card makes it very easy to identify who carried out the service. He's pretty devoted to his work. But to disregard everything, to go and stab the deceased with a knife, and even hide my card from sight, that is something I cannot overlook. Really hard to tell if he's being truthful or not without him being here. While pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene. So you're saying that most clients wouldn't do such a thing? That's correct. Usually, most people try to create an alibi for themselves. If you should use my service, Mr. Attorney, I would suggest you plan your alibi too. No, I already told you I have no intention of using your service. Ever. Why does he keep looking at me like I'm the one on trial here? From the very beginning? That's correct. From before my client visited the room. All of my clients know precisely what the situation is at all times. I wonder if that was really true. That's odd. Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning Juan Corrida was dead. See, like, they said that they weren't sure. They said that they weren't sure that Juan Corrida was dead. As if they... The wine glass, right?
Have you found your daily pebbles?
I don't know why I'm being so rude to Pitchfork. I'm sorry, Pitchfork. You didn't deserve that. But I think the wine glass, because if they already knew that they were dead and they were trying to frame someone, why would they leave their fingerprints at the crime scene? Thank you so much for taking the time to testify, Mr. the Killer. What's the meaning of that attitude? When Adrian Andrews entered the victim's room. Your client had no idea Juan Corrida had been murdered. But how do you know that? From the wine glass, Your Honor. The glass? Mr. the Killer's supposed client thought Mr. Corrida had only fainted. Which is why the glass of tomato juice was poured for the victim. But isn't that just part of Adrian Andrews' calculated plan? That's not possible, Your Honor. This glass bears the fingerprints of that person. Had it been planned, they would never have left fingerprints behind.
I see your point, Mr. Edgeworth. What's your opinion? Strangely enough, I had the same exact thought just now. Witness, how do you explain this strange phenomenon? Isn't it a waste of time to ask about such a minor detail? Not a very important point anyway, correct? I'm afraid you are mistaken. If Adrian Andrews really is your client, as you claim, then your client should have a knowledge of Mr. Kurita's death. If not, then that can only mean that Adrian Andrews was never your client at all. Huh. How strange. Yes? Why is it that the attorney has yet to raise an objection at this absurd situation? Phoenix, if the killer figures out what we're up to, we're in real trouble. Yeah, I know. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm surprised. You know you can't say things like that without any evidence. Ah, but sorry. Well, that was an awfully weak objection for the two of you. Anyway, I'm positive that there's a contradiction in that testimony. The prosecution requests further testimony concerning, when the request was taken. Very well. Right now I have to buy us more time. While we wait for more items the killer left behind to get here, know that the very outcome of this trial lies with that. Oh, ads have begun, which means that I am going to take a short break. I'm gonna, once again, step up from the computer, stretch my legs, enjoy that care package that Greg gave me. How things go.
Fish.
Better? Are you? I still have it. Alright. I am back. You guys probably heard my little brother and my mom, which is alright. I make sure that they are completely cool and okay. Why are they stalling their butts off? They're stalling their butts off right now, but what else can they do? Wasn't me. I was backstage. It was backstage. What happened? No. No, wait, what happened? What do you mean? What do you mean? Wait. Wasn't me. It was backstage. What do you mean? What are we talking about? I feel like I missed something. I'm worried that I missed something now. Wait a minute. Wait a damn minute. I don't know either. I'm confusion. Oh well, I'll just get back into it. Request taking. The request came to me, about a week ago. It was a request for my services on the night of the award ceremony. We met at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters. That's what occurred. I trust my memory, and I believe I've made no mistake. The care package. Oh, well, Oh! Got it. Got it. Got it. See, I thought that was from Greg. I do apologize. Thank you instead, backstage. That makes more sense. Got it. So you physically met your client. That's correct. Meeting one's client is the first step to building trust, in my opinion. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Request taking. This request came to me, about a week ago. 1 week ago? Are you sure? Yes, I'm quite sure. I, of course, had my own preparations, and I was barely able to finish. When you request my services, Mr. Attorney, I hope you'll keep that in mind. Please stop. In any case, my client this time had a very specific date and time in mind. Specific date and time? Did you ask why on that specific night? No. I tried to fulfill all the conditions of my client's request. But as for why, I only had my suspicions. Your suspicions? So what are these suspicions you had? Why did your client request that night? I'm sure it was all for that bear. The bear? My client spoke of it. I'm sure there'll be a bear-shaped figurine in Juan and Corita's room. I would like you to retrieve that item for me. You must be talking about the bear puzzle. Inside that figurine was a suicide note. Naturally, the victim brought it with them to the hotel room. He was planning to publicly disclose its contents at the press conference after all. That's correct. And if I had not done my job that night, I would not have known where the bear figurine was. See? Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of importance? Yeah, it's very important. Testimony just now made one thing clear, and that is its client knew the secret of the bear figurine. Huh? Why is everyone so quiet? Mr. Wright, I think all of us already knew that. Oh, really? Witness, please continue with your testimony. We met at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters. So you physically met Adrian Andrews? Of course I did. What was that? Witness, I would like for you to give us a few more details. I always meet my clients as a matter of principle. I have never taken a request by telephone or mail. And why is that? That's because I value the trust between the client and myself above all else. And the only way to establish that is to speak to the client while looking at them in the eye. Well, Mr. Wright, it was very important. Of course. Mr. De Killer had met his client before the murder, then it's unlikely he is mistaken. So you're saying is that his client really was Adrian Andrews? I guess so. You see, it's just as I said. I'm so lost. Who the heck am I supposed to be helping here? Calm down, Phoenix. Think carefully. Please continue. That's what occurred. I trust my memory, and I believe I've made no mistakes. One week ago. Quite sure. And of course, I had my own preparations, barely able to finish. A week ago. Specific date and time. Well, this one has a specific time and was set for that date. So, let me just save real quick. Again, I'm... So, see, honestly... Specific date and time... Maybe I have... Ooh, no. Maybe a week ago, request the award ceremony, certain bar to discuss. Your client was Adrian Andrews. That is correct. Well, it says the two of them met, but if they did, then there shouldn't be anything wrong with the killer's testimony. Doesn't seem to be anything strange. You have to draw more information out of him, but you can't draw suspicion. If you can do that, you should be able to find a flaw in his testimony. Talk about a delicate balance. And by, about a week ago. 1 week ago? Yes, quite sure. Preparations, I'd barely be able to finish. Very specific date and time. Specific night. Suspicions. It's the boy! It's the boy! It's me! Oh, you know what? Just for you relics, because I've been gushing about this model. I'm gonna color change him real quick. Look at that. Look, I'm Urple. I'm Urple now. That's like really the tried and true way to see if a model is good, if you color change it and you still get cool designs. Oh. Sure, it was all for the bear. The client spoke of it. I'm sure there'll be a bear-shaped figurine. Like for me to... Naturally... That's correct, and if I had done my job that night, I would not have known where the bear figurine was. Well, Mr. Wright? Yeah, not important. Sounds plausible. Horrible, my twin! Just conjecture. No, Your Honor, I don't think it's important. Well then, please continue. Gonna lurk. Have a great stream. Thank you, Rel. A few weeks ago. A few weeks ago. That statement contradicts the evidence. I don't think it does. The night of the awards ceremony. Okay, so I need to. I'm almost certain it has to do with the week ago thing, right? Like that just makes sense. Only issue ends up being like a problem that comes with like making sure you're getting the exact right thing. Maybe... I mean, I am getting more information by using different things. And if we don't arouse suspicion, maybe we'll get more. Request came to me about a week ago. Request for the night of the ceremony. I know we didn't go through this one and say it's not important. Let it go. Probably just my imagination. I need to find something more definitive. Can we believe that your testimony up to this point has been reliable? Andrews, that's correct. Witness, more details, matter of principle. Why he meets his clients is not important, and that wasn't the point. Witness, please stop sidestepping my question. What do you mean by that? My question is, did you really meet Adrian Andrews in person? I have already told you, Mr. Wright, I did. It was only through talking with him face to face that I began to trust him. Him? That's when I thought I can trust this person as a client. Through what they say about talking face to face. Well, Mr. Wright, was this testimony... Yeah, it was important. I heard what I think I heard just now, and I think I've got him. Yeah, you're using the wrong pronouns, buddy. I believe your testimony was of utmost importance. Really? If that's the case, witness, please include in the statement just now in your testimony. Very well. From the moment I saw him, I thought I can trust this person as my client. See, I just find that so funny. So funny indeed. Shelley the killer. John Doe. I would like to go over this one more time. You met Adrian Andrews at a bar and took the request at that time. Yes, that's correct. And that's when you thought he was trustworthy? How many times must I repeat myself? Yes, that's correct. I'm sorry, but that's just an impossible tale. What? Shelley the killer? You've never met the real Adrian Andrews. Why would you say that? Because you made one very big slip-up. About her. So what's the issue? Oh!
What did you say just now? About her? If you've ever met an Adrian Andrews in person, one look would have told you that she is a woman!
So, like, I'm just imagining people using this screenshot when people try to claim that, like, certain people, like, they're like, oh, you can always tell, and then it's like, no, and then they prove themselves to be like, oh, you can't always tell. Like, you know the kind of people on Twitter and shit that we hate. Why do I feel like this is a reaction image that like, people could use against them? But then again, I guess, I don't know. I don't know. Oh! Jesus Christ. Guys, we need to be careful if we... Mr. Wright, what's the meaning of this? The witness testified to the following. If it's not, it should be. He said he meets face-to-face with his clients when taking their requests. But he has never met Adrian Andrews in person. Yes, Your Honor, that's exactly the point. That means Mr. DeKiller's client could not have been Miss Adrian Andrews. Ugh, gross. How is there a sweating animation that's grosser than Phoenix's? Mr. Edgeworth, I understand your logic on this one. However, why would the assassin make such a basic mistake? I believe it's to do with her name, Your Honor. Her name? Yes, Adrian Andrews is without a doubt a very androgynous name. That's amazing. Yes, I see. Unluckily for Mr. DeKiller, the entire time he was on the stand, no one had stated Adrian Andrews' gender. And so he simply picked the wrong gender to go with. What? What's going on? Shelley DeKiller. The facts that drop are huge, and it's so funny to me. This court demands an explanation. I think it's somehow... I must have mixed up my client with another. So does that mean you remember something different now? Phone died during the ad break. I am back now. Welcome back, Greg. Yes, of course. Please, if you allow me to testify once more. So we'll just be spitting out more lies. Very well, but this time please give us the truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you, spirit medium. Yes, now I remember. I took the request by mail. There have been times when I took a job without having met my client. The request was for the murder of Juan Carita and 2 or 3 other small things. When I saw the name at the end of the letter, I thought my client to be a man. So you took the job through a letter. You didn't mention anything about a letter earlier in the testimony. He's definitely lying. Be careful, Phoenix. If you break the assassin's testimony completely, it's over for us. I know, I can't make him suspicious, but I think we're okay. Like, we can do this. As long as he's standing there across from me, no matter how strong of a punch I throw, he'll counter it. Did he just assume her gender? He did! Now let... Oh... I talked about how, like, Phoenix's response to that is, like, such a good reaction image to use against TERFs. The phone was predicting Andrews and wanted me to type Andrews. But didn't you just say you always meet your clients? Yes, I suppose I did say that. However, there are some clients whom a meeting is simply not possible. And didn't you meet your client? Both, didn't you meet your client this time? No, I did not. Oh, come now, let's stop with the game of cat and mouse. Using your silkiest voice is not going to work on me. Andrews! Alright then, just cough up and confess. Mr. Wright, you can't badger a witness. You're a lawyer! Behave like one! Present evidence! Now then, do you have any proof that Mr. the Killer met with his client? No. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I don't have any. And your line of questioning is just a waste of time. Sadly for us, Your Honor, that is the nature of right and wrong. There have been times I took a job without having met my client. And why could you not meet certain clients? Recently, I've been receiving more requests, and if I meet each and every client, I would lose some nice business opportunities. Business opportunities, on top of which the times have changed. It's now the age of information and computers, correct? Now I've joined the times and now take requests via electronic mail. Electronic mail? Do you have to mail that in a special insulated envelope? I am very sorry. I despise the shortening of words. What I meant by electronic mail is what is commonly referred to as email. Email? In a contest of mimicry, the judge would beat a parrot, hands down. Anyway, so you took the job without having met your client, and the request was to murder one Karita and 2 or 3 other small things. 2 or 3 other things? Yes. And what were these other things? A few other things had nothing to do with the case. Really bad if I push these buttons the wrong way. No, press further. Whether or not they're related to the case is for the court to decide. Mr. Attorney. Yes? Everything I've said from the beginning has been nothing but beneficial to your client. Which is why I wonder why what's pushing you to continue with the cross-examination. Could it be that you're planning to betray your own client? I smell the stench of a backstabber. And should you turn out to be one... Wait! Oh, this is looking really bad. Shouldn't press my luck. Alright, I have to think. Is this worth pursuing? Press further. Witness, this is a very important matter. Please cooperate and tell us what these other jobs your client requested were. If it truly is important, I suppose I don't have much of a choice. The bear figurine. The bear figurine? After the assassination of the target, I was to find that figurine. I was told that this job was just as important as the actual killing. And where was that figurine? It was inside Mr. Karita's suitcase. And then what did you do next? I handed it to my client right away. You gave it to your client? Interesting. Its information certainly sounds important to me. Please include what you stated in your testimony. Give it to Adrian. One of these was to find the bear figurine and give it to Adrian Andrews. found this figurine at Mr. Ungard's mansion. If you gave it to Miss Andrews, then what was it doing there? I was waiting for her there. That was also part of the plan to frame Mr. Ungard, I'm sure. It does make a lot of sense. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any problems with this piece of testimony? There's a contradiction. The killer says he gave the figurine to Miss Andrews, but I know somewhere in the testimony that there's a contradiction, and yet I know that if I present something trivial here, he'll cut the connection on his end. You want to make a strong point, Phoenix? You best present strong evidence. He's right. What do you do, Doctor? What now, Dr. Wright? Tome time. Tome time. What is the tome for the day? Let's see. Am I a realist? God, no. Listen, I try to be an optimist because, like, you know, I like to think that things will turn out okay. And so far they have, you know? Witness, let's go over this one more time. You gave Miss Andrews the bear figurine, and she told you to take the bear and wait for her at the Ungard mansion? Is that correct? Yes. Where are you going with this? Well, I think maybe you might have remembered a few things incorrectly. What? This is a battle of wits. I can't let up on him. I don't think it's possible for Miss Andrews to have been the recipient of this bear. I don't know, man. Maybe Lotta's photo? So, what do you think? Witness? Mr. the Killer? Oh, I'm sorry. I went to visit the water closet for a second. Huh? Mr. Attorney, I think it's time I stated that in terms even you can comprehend. If you ask me any more of these pointless questions, there will be no mercy. You're saying that you never saw your client's face, not even once. I did, once. It was when I went to give my client the figurine. I see. But Miss Andrews was wearing a mask at the time. A mask? A nickel samurai mask, I'm guessing. Mr. Wright, what do you have to say about this? One thing does sort of stick out to me. Witness, I think you most definitely saw your client's face. Let's recall Mr. Power's testimony. After the award ceremony, I went myself to Matt's room. Matt was standing there in front of the room, still in the Nickel Samurai costume. Matt gave the bellboy a tip. I don't know why I made him sound like Gumshoe. Don't question me. You received quite a large roll of cash from Mr. Ungard, and at that time he was not wearing his Nickel Samurai mask. Oh! Order! Yes, now that you mention it, I do remember that. Witness! Yes, that night I did wander the floor as a bellboy. I received plenty of tips the night for carrying juices to various rooms. Is it so wrong? Huh? The man who gave me that tip was not my client. He was probably just a very generous person. I'm sorry, but sadly we are not nearly so generous here. If I could simply... You've already said this, Edgeworth. Oh, deja vu. Isn't his salary more than enough for one man? Where's your evidence that the large roll of cash was not, in fact, a tip? Come, Mr. Edgeworth. Show me the money! What? Mr. Attorney? Yes? You know, I think your line of questioning has been a little strange. In fact, I would say you don't seem to believe Miss Andrews is my client. No, it's not like that at all. I just think lies aren't a good thing, you know? Oh, I know and agree. Lies are not a good thing at all. I think we are on the same page now, aren't we, Mr. Attorney? Remember, if I feel threatened in any way, I'm free to cut contact at any time. I'm sorry, please forgive my foolishness. If only you were this apologetic all the time. Anyway, I do not see a huge contradiction here, therefore you may continue. Seems like we're still okay to me. That's exactly what's so bad. At this rate we'll end up completely destroying the killer's lie. If we do that, you already know how serious a situation it'll put us in. Oh yeah. All I can do now is pray those items reach us in time. Took the request by mail. Didn't you just say that you always meet your clients? I suppose I did say that. However, there are some clients to whom a meeting is simply not possible. Didn't you meet your client this time? No, I did not. Okay. I got proof. From this far. Very well, I'll show you proof. You sure about this, Phoenix? Here's the proof that the witness met with his client who wished Mr. Kurita dead. Oh. Can't be the button. So, what do you think? You may say, what do you think? However, I am, all intents and purposes, a transceiver radio. Oh, that's right. You can't actually see evidence. Well, I don't think that was the one I needed to see. I can hear your pure silence in the air. Okay, so not that one. Also, extra cheese. And that's more or less what I'm doing. I'm just cheesing my way through. Prove that you met with his client who wished him dead. Maybe the bear? Because you would have to know that the bear was there? I'm just gonna take it because I'm assuming that like it'll let me back out. Good job without having my client. The request was to murder Juan and 2 or 3 other things. One of these was a bear figurine to give to Adrian Andrews. When I saw the name at the end of the letter, I thought them to be a man. One of these was to find the bear figurine and give it to Adrian Andrews. I find it weird. I find it weird that they would give it to Adrian Andrews and then meet up at another place to give it. You know? Jelly to Killer. If you had really given this bear to Miss Andrews, then this item should not have been inside it. This item? I see where you're going. Yep, that's where I'm going. Where's everyone going? Do I need to pack a suitcase? Your Honor, please think back to Miss Andrews' testimony. And I was going to burn it, for her sake. If even for a single minute, this bear had actually been in Miss Andrews' hands, I'm sure she would have taken the suicide note out and burned it. Order! Order! That's where you two were going. So, by the very fact that the suicide note is still inside the bear, it tells us that your client didn't know how to disassemble the puzzle. Which means... It means, Your Honor, that it's impossible for Adrian Andrews to be the client! Oh, ooh. Order! Order! Ugh, Mr. Phoenix Wright. I'm sure I mentioned this before. How I hate traitors above all else. I think your cross-examination has clearly demonstrated something to me. You must wish to break your end of our agreement. No, that's enough. If that is your intention, then there's only one thing for me to do. Wait, please. Gentlemen, ladies, please excuse me. I have a matter that I must attend to. No! Please! Not that! Please wait! Mr. Attorney, bring this trial to a speedy end and I may stay my hand. Otherwise... Mr. Wright, are you... Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. I didn't understand the witness's outburst just now. Do you think there's a need to hear more testimony, or is this enough? Well, we should. But we can't do this. If we keep this up, Maya, she'll... The prosecution... Come over, everyone. Even your... The prosecution... rests. What's going on around here? The prosecution has no further questions, Your Honor. What? Well, I never thought I'd see the day. This is the most unusual situation. If the prosecution rests with no further questions, then the prosecution has failed to uphold its stance. And if that's the case, then even though I am reluctant, I must believe that Mr. DeKiller's testimony is accurate. That would mean that Shelley DeKiller's client is Adrian Andrews. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. If I end the trial here, right now, your client, Matt Ungard, would be declared innocent. And in his place, Adrian Andrews would be charged with murder. Miss Andrews charged with murder. Prosecution has no further questions, so we will now hear the defense's final remarks. Bailiff, please bring the defendant, Matt Ungard, to the stand. The items from the killer's hideout didn't make it in time. We tried so hard as we could, but it's like our time has run out. I can't believe it. The outcome now lies in your hands. Dude, did the old guy finally decide? To be honest, can't think of you as a truly innocent or good person. You have done enough evil to drive a woman to suicide. But at least on the charges of murder, it would appear that you are innocent. So, yes, even old fuddy-duddy figured me out. Mr. Ungard? What an atrocious lawyer I have, giving my own client up like that. And that refreshing like a spring breeze crap is just as atrocious, don't you agree? Okay, I'm confused. Anyway, they're ready to hear me out. Right, Mr. Lawyer? Should I side with justice? Or save Maya's life? You better get Ungard a guilty sentence, okay? But if I did that, Maya will die. But if I say he's innocent, then Miss Andrews will be charged as a murderer. Do I say he's guilty or not guilty? Either choice I make, someone's life is going to end. It all hinges on what I choose. Now then, Mr. Wright. Let's hear the defense's final statements on the matter. If the person who hired the assassin was Adrian Andrews, then your client, Mr. Matt Ungard, is innocent. There's no need to ask, old man. After all, my lawyer's going to say what I want, aren't you? Right? I can't do this, but I have to decide something! I can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. My client, Matt Ungard, is... guilty!
We're waiting for your answer, Mr. Wright. That on guard, your client deserves an answer. Maya, I'm sorry. Matt on guard is... There she is. Franziska von Karma. What are you doing? Ow!
You see now, don't you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? This is exactly why you should never take your eyes off of that scruffy fool.
Did you bring them? The final pieces. Do you have them?
Never been so happy. You should know better than to ask Mr. Miles Edgeworth. At Von Karma, it's perfect in every way. The evidence is here in perfect condition. Don't worry about Scruffy. He's fine, and his injuries are minor. All the items are inside this.
What a filthy old coat this is. That's Gumshoes. You can spot his tattered rags anywhere.
I apologize for its ugliness, but there was nothing else to wrap the items in.
I fought long and hard this whole trial, all for what is inside that raggedy coat. I'm sure what's inside this coat lies a crucial piece of evidence. Your Honor, inside this filthy coat are the defense's final pieces of evidence. Your final evidence? This trial is already over. All that remains is for me to hand down a verdict. I do not believe that any evidence presented now would change the outcome of this trial.
Ah, safety save. Thank you, my friend, for letting me know that. You know what? We're gonna have two save files. One for the good end and one for the bad end.
What? Your Honor, it is our duty to examine every piece of evidence down to the last. I request that Miss Von Karma be allowed to present these pieces of evidence. I suppose you are right, Mr. Edgeworth. I grant permission to do so. However, this one obvious rule applies here. If these items do not bring about any new points, then they will not be accepted by the court. Now, Miss Von Karma, if you please.
These pieces of evidence were left by the killer during an escape from the police.
He must have been in quite the rush.
Yes, Your Honor. The killer left 3 pieces of evidence.
Somewhere amongst the evidence we're about to see, there will be something that will turn this whole situation around. Like a miracle. I'm sure of it. This is all we can hope for.
The first is a pistol.
Killer's pistol have anything to do with the case?
Yeah, I don't think so. Because, like, the pistol had nothing to do with the actual anything happening. It was a strangling.
Pretty sure there's no guns involved in this case. No real benefit to hearing about it. Please present the next piece of evidence.
The second piece of evidence is a videotape.
I bet the killer took that from Ungard's mansion. Now let's get some more details on that one. Have you checked the contents of that tape?
Unfortunately, there's no time to. Oh yeah. But I would speculate this tape is very important.
It's the pistol used to shoot Von Karma!
Ah! You know, that does make sense.
Why would you say that?
Because he came back to his hideout for it.
The killer went back for it? That's right. It looks like he was trying to recover it. He injured 3 of the officers at the site. Somehow, it looks like they managed to protect it from the killer. Jelly the Killer is no ordinary man. The last piece of evidence is a bellboy uniform. One sec, actually. I'm just gonna load that, because I want all the information now. I thought I was only allowed one. I'll be real. Item is a pistol. Does this pistol have any relation to the case? We have yet to perform a ballistics test, so I can't say anything for certain. However, I believe it has something to do with the case, at least with me. That's the pistol that he used to shoot you, isn't it? That's what I believe, yes. Oh. I kept the bullet they removed from my shoulder as a sort of memento. I'm sure that'll be an excellent sample for the test. That's the pistol that was used to shoot Francisca. It was probably not going to help us very much. It's worth a shot. It's worth having it, though. Second piece of evidence is a videotape. There we go, videotape, and a bellboy uniform. Was this used during the crime? I'm almost certain it was. There's even a pair of black leather gloves in one of the pockets. There's no doubt about it, the killer was wearing this on the night of the murder. There's one thing I found interesting about the uniform, and what was that? There was a button missing from the uniform. A button? A very unique button. I'm sure if we were to recover it, it would provide us with an interesting clue. Bellboy's uniform added to the court record. Missing one of its special buttons is missing. That's all I have to present, Your Honor. Just as I thought. And what is that, Your Honor? I'm sure that were we under normal circumstances, these items from Shelly the Killer's hideout would be very important clues. However, our question is not who did the killing, it is who is the client. Yes, that is correct. And these 3 items do not tell us anything about that. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Von Karma. You may step down now. Wait, Your Honor! Please allow me to examine this new evidence. Overruled. This court already has all the evidence it needs to hand down a verdict. Wonderful. Absolutely splendid. This judge is such a brilliant man, isn't he? Is this the end? Phoenix, I knew it. There's no such thing as a miracle in this world, is there? I think you're wrong. I think they do exist. You have to make that miracle happen. Come this far. Can't give up now. But no matter how you think about it, it's... Try. For my sake. Think about it for a second. There are 2 ways out of this situation for us. 2? The first... Make Ungard wish from the bottom of his soul for a guilty verdict. The killer always places his client's wishes first. If Ungard wishes to be convicted, then he'll let the hostage go. That may be true, but it's like asking me to do the impossible. The second way, force the killer to end his contract with Ungard. If the killer would no longer think of Ungard as his client, then he'd let Maya go. Yeah, that's even more impossible. Is it though? Is it? I don't think it is.
He's the man who values duty towards his clients above all else. I know both of these seem like impossible feats at first, but if you could make it... The bigger problem is the judge has already said he doesn't need any more. The pieces he was just shown, he's not accepting them. Phoenix, think things through from the other side. Isn't that what always worked for us? The other side? Wait, does she mean... You mean to turn things around? Phoenix, the judge says he doesn't need the evidence. If that's the case, then who does need it? The person who needs the evidence. The defense, prosecution, judge, we've all seen the... We have seen all the pieces of evidence. That's how we've come to know the truth. There is one person who's yet to see them all. And that person does not know the truth. Oh, welcome to the ads. Welcome to the ad zone, everybody, where we will sit for 3 minutes and...
Fuck!
Perfect timing for ads. Am I wrong? I picked it up. I picked up on it. As always, I will be waiting around. Truth, it may be what will bring about the miracle in the end. See, I'm already imagining, I'm assuming the videotape is probably the thing. You know? I feel like the gun's a red herring. The gun doesn't really have much to do with the Moida, you know? It doesn't have a lot to do with the Moida. It is simply they were trying to get Von Karma out of the way. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing that we can get from that. There is the videotape, which I assume if we use and reveal would break the trust of whatever of the killer. And they would, of course, you know, be like, they're not my client anymore. I'm going to say who they are. And the button makes me think a similar thing. But specifically, like, maybe the killer decides that, like, they want them dead. You know? Maybe? I don't know. I feel like either of those kind of fit, you know? Stretching a tiny bit. Because we're going to get through this. You and me. We're going to get through this and no one's going to stop us. It's going to be great. It's going to be perfect. I think I've confused Twitch Mobile by having it in mini player mode, playing a game while watching stream because I'm not getting ads. Now that is something. That is confusing. Backstage, finding the no ads glitch. Speaking of no ads, the ads have ended. The truth may be what will bring about the miracle. There's no objections this time, correct? Now then, I will pronounce my verdict. Why don't we all respectfully sit back and listen, kids? I have already told you, Mr. Wright. This court does not need any more evidence. I'm not saying it is us that needs the evidence, Your Honor. Then you want to show the evidence to that person? Yes, Your Honor. Please, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, for you to ask with such passion, I will grant you one more chance. one chance. Safety save. Safety save.
Please show your evidence to who you think is the right person. That's impossible to turn the situation around in one try. One try. That is all I'm willing to permit.
I have to try it to remember everything that has happened up to this point. Also, I'm gonna save in both places real quick. You know? Think, Phoenix, think! There must be a way to save Maya while taking Unguard down at the same time.
Mr. Wright, let's not waste any more time.
You show the evidence too. I want to show the evidence to the killer. Just to see what happens.
I see. And now, tell this court what piece of evidence you would like to show this person.
I would like to show them the videotape.
Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? I think there's some merit to showing the evidence to the witness. Bailiff, please bring in the transceiver from earlier.
Alright. Looks like I managed to convince him. Maya, she's okay, right?
Didn't I tell you to concern yourself with bringing about a speedy end to the trial? Now, if I understand correctly, you wish to show me one piece of evidence.
Yes, one is all I need. Here I have a videotape. It was found at your hideout. I heard you injured 3 officers in your attempt to get this back.
That was most regrettable.
Figured you'd want to get it wrong first. Possibly.
However, it was an order from my client. I was told to protect that videotape.
I thought so.
I'm afraid it seems I have failed in that regard.
Do you know the contents of the tape?
I was sternly told by my client not to watch it, so I've absolutely no idea.
Actually, you're on this tape.
Me?
There's a video camera, hidden at the scene of the crime. Your actions were being recorded.
What? Is that true, Mr. Wright? Who is it that planted the camera?
Well, the only person who could have placed a camera at the scene of the crime would be your client, naturally.
But that was Adrian Andrews. Be quiet and listen, Your Honor. Yes, sir.
Your client specified a place and time for you, isn't that right?
Yes.
That was so they could film you.
I had no idea. Mr. Wright, why would my client do such a thing? I would like to know why.
Why did not Unguard film the crime scene? The reason why he did this was my ticket out of this home. There's only one reason why your client would secretly film the crime scene. They wanted to blackmail you. Your client once told me something very interesting. They were talking about you, and this is what they said. To think I would ever trust an assassin? Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. Yes, that's where the video comes in. With that, I can keep him at bay and even blackmail him if I want. Your client didn't trust you at all. They were thinking of using this video to blackmail you. What do you have to say to that, Shelley the Killer? It looks like I was being deceived from the very beginning. Yes, by a natural. This is the kind of person they are. Your client is a person who only thinks and plots of how to use the people around them to protect themselves from any and all dangers that may arise. That is the true nature of your client. I have one question for the witness. Yes? You told us one thing numerous times during the testimony. You said that you detest traitors most of all. Yes, that's right. But what if the traitor was your own client? What would you do then? That's obvious. I'd break our contract in that case. And then, that client would become my next target. For the honor of the Killer name, even if it takes an eternity, I would follow that person to the ends of the earth to exact my punishment. I see. That's all I wanted to know. So the traitor becomes the killer's next target. Ah, you get it. This is how we turn the case around. Mr. Wright? Yes? My contract with my client is over, as of now. I seem to have a new job on my hands. I will now return to you your precious item. What the? I'm not an item! Maya, I thought I'd never see you again. Oh, thank goodness. This trial appears to have come to its conclusion. However, I'm sort of... I don't quite know what just happened there with my client, with the client. Ah! Miss Von Karma! Where did that... She always has you in her sights. Now, I do believe it's time to finally hand down the verdict. Oh, he's so fucking nervous. Oh my god, we're making not just headway. That was the solution. Mr. Unguard. Looks like somehow you got what you wanted. You'll finally receive the acquittal you wanted so badly. You should be happy. But before that, I would like to make one final statement. Sometime in the near future, one very betrayed assassin may appear before you. Needless to say, that man is very good at what he does. I'm sure you would understand what I mean if you watch this video. Help me. Now then, Your Honor, the verdict, if you please. Is this all right with you, Mr. Wright? We finally reached the end of the very long battle. Whether he's convicted or acquitted, there's no escape for him now. Go on, Phoenix. Plead whichever way your heart tells you. Right, Chief. I think we still plead guilty, Because that's not going to stop the assassin, and it keeps him from running, if that makes sense. Right? We all in agreement? Guilty. Matt on guard? Even though I'm a lawyer, I cannot make your crime disappear. I think a guilty verdict is appropriate here. Me? My wonderful self? Guilty? Even if you got an acquittal, the instant you set foot outside the detention center, your life would be in danger. No matter which way you look at it, you can't run from your crime anymore. Oh! Guilty! Guilty! Jesus Christ! As always, looks like we've uncovered the real truth. We? I don't remember you helping out that much. Mr. Edgeworth, how is Matt on guard? I've left Miss Von Karma in charge of his incarceration. I'm sure he's getting a full-course meal of whip leather right about now. Very good, very good. Sounds like my Saturday evening. What, did I say that out loud? That was a close one, wasn't it, witness? Yes. I plan to pay my debt to society for my own crime, Your Honor. The first time I was called to the witness stand during this trial, all I felt was despair. She must be talking about the time Edgeworth really went after her. I guess she's trying to forgive him for what he did. This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness. If you're going to say that you would choose death, that's no concern to me. But after that, when I was alone in the detention center, the first time I really saw myself for who I am. And today, when the two of you used your combined strength to convict Matt, I felt like I'd finally been saved. Wow. This is the first time I've ever seen her smile. I'm really happy you two were in charge of this case. I really don't know how to express how I feel about in this moment. This is the first time I felt comfortable with myself, with who I am. Thank you so much, everyone. It looks like we've resolved everything at last. As for myself, there's still a few things I'm confused about, but everyone seems to be in good spirits. Andrews! Andrews! And that is good enough for me. That is all, and court is adjourned. March 23rd, 5:14 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. I'm sorry I ever doubted you, Andrews. Oh. God, that's good. Now you know why I was screaming Andrews. It's so good. You were great out there, Phoenix. What I did out there was right, wasn't it? This is the first time you've not gotten your client off. Phrasing. You got them a guilty verdict this time. But You have to look past all that to what's really important. You now realize that there's something more than just getting a not guilty, right? Yeah, I understand that now. Phoenix, think back for a second. Think to the moments before Miss Von Karma arrived with the final piece of evidence. Think about all the incredible decisions that you had to make. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense's final statements on the matter. Can't count on evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. Should I side with justice or save Maya's life? My client, Matt Ungard, is he guilty or is he not guilty? Those were the choices then, and your answer spoke to what being a lawyer means to you. Right! Edgeworth! I have good news. Maya's now safe in police custody. Really? Girls, you're telling the truth, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, she's quite safe. She's on her way here as we speak in the patrol car. Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya saved! You did it! You Mr. Nick! Ow! She punches deceptively hard for a kid. I believed in you. I keep saying to myself, Mr. Nickel Saver, Mr. Nickel Saver. Ah! Oh. Thanks. Oh! What's wrong? Miss Von Karma. About earlier, thanks. Ah! Why are you still smiling, Mr. Phoenix Wright? You lost! Your perfect win record has now been crushed! And yet, you're still happy! I don't think you'll ever understand, Miss Von Karma. How dare you? Don't worry. She may in time. After all, I was like that myself until a year ago. Edgeworth? For my own personal victories and for guilty verdicts. I used every dirty trick in the book, and so my win record remained spotless. But a man appeared and stood fast against that selfish me. I fought him in my usual manner and tasted my first defeat. I felt like I had lost everything because of that. And then it was my turn to sit in the defendant's chair. And I was saved by the person I called my enemy. I couldn't forgive myself for all that had happened, so I left the prosecutor's office. And I left that note, Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death. As well as you should have. A prosecutor who has shamed himself with defeat should crawl into a hole and die. But that's not what happened. After I left the prosecutor's office, I finally came to realize, and it was in that moment of clarity that everything began to change. But foolish nonsense! We prosecutors use anything we can to attack the defendant. But every time we did so, no matter how desperate the situation, instead of giving up like most people, that man would hold strong with his undying faith. And then, before I knew it, I began to trust in that man as well. What? You trusted your enemy? It doesn't matter how many underhanded tricks a person uses. The truth will always find a way to make itself known. The only thing we can do now is fight with the knowledge that we hold and everything we have, erasing the paradoxes one by one. It's never easy. We claw and scratch for every inch, but we will always eventually reach the one single truth. That I promise you. The truth?
Yes, that's the reason why prosecutors and defense attorneys exist. But I'm sure you knew that already, didn't you, Wright? That's why you couldn't forgive me. This man who went into hiding, isn't that right? This man who only had his sights set on victory, who ran away into the night. God, and people wonder why people ship them. That sounds like thinly veiled relationship stuff. Ah, is Mr. Edgeworth right, Mr. Nick? Hey, when you disappeared, I felt betrayed. Wow, I can see why people ship them, right? 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 The reason I decided to become a lawyer to begin with, it was because I believed in the things you said to me all those years ago. And you betrayed your own words. That's why 1 year ago, I made up my mind. I decided that the Miles Edgeworth I knew had died. At least that's what I told myself. You pathetic fool! Miss Von Karma? I don't want to hear your wretched whimpering of a disgraced loser! If Von Karma is someone who is destined to be perfect, Miles Edgeworth, you are no longer worthy. You are no longer worthy of being a Von Karma. And neither am I. It's over! It's over! Francisca threw something on the ground just now. This is an electromagnetic receiver. Is that the thing they used to track Detective Gumshoe? I'll return this to the precinct later. There's something else. Ah, it's Miss Von Karma's whip! I'll never set foot in another courtroom again. I'm sure that's what she's saying by this action. You should keep this right. Okay. Nick! Mr. Mystic Maya! Oh, look at them. They're so cute. Oh, Nick, I knew you'd come through. You got on-guard convicted like I knew you would.
Have you found your daily pebbles?
And on top of that, you even rescued me. Well, of course I did. You know I could never desert you. We sure pressed our luck on this trial. You're really lucky to be standing here. Whatever. Look, it's over, okay? Besides, if I did croak, I'd just come back and haunt you like a bad ghost through Pearly. Is it really that easy to do something like that? Thanks a lot, Nick. Don't mention it. Maya. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth! I'm relieved that you're all right. Hey, it looks like you've made some real progress, Mr. Edgeworth! Well, I suppose I'm a little different from who you knew a year ago. Oh, right. Maya hasn't eaten in like 2 days. Alright. I think it's time we go get out of this depressing place. Huh? Where are we going? Food! Nick! Food! Grub! Yow! I'm starved! I'm so hungry, even you look like a nice juicy burger on a bun to me, Nick! You think I look like a burger? I'm a prime rib at least! What is Mr. Edgeworth, please? If you insist. Alright, so how about we hit up the usual burger joint? Don't be silly, Nick. Huh? This case messed up that awesome evening and got in the way of my gourmet food. So I've decided that we are going to make it up by having another feast. Another feast? Come on, Nick. Food!
Hey, yo. The Gatewater Hotel lobby.
Hey, pal. Sorry to keep you waiting.
Gumshoe, are you alright?
Yeah, I'm just really embarrassed. Didn't think I'd hit that telephone pole of all things.
A telephone pole? Then it wasn't even a red light that got him. You did it again, city boy.
Felt like dear old heart was going to give out on me. I ain't joking.
Yeah, it was more exciting than the last episode of Steel Samurai.
Thanks.
Now look at here, Mr. Snooty Prosecutor. Don't you reckon you bullied Mr. Rat too hard? If you don't start being a lot nicer to him, he might just kick it. Tonight even.
I'll keep that in mind.
Well, come on now, everyone, gather round. Y'all gonna get your picture taken by a genuine professional photographer.
Looks like Lotta brought herself a new camera.
Well, pal, at least we can put this messy case behind us now. Come on. Tonight's all about eating, so let's go chow down.
Amen to that, pal. Amen.
You know, when you think about it, you're the one that saved me that day, Detective.
Oh, me? You really think so?
He's right. If it wasn't for the 3 items you took, I think the trial would have had a very different ending.
Oh, well, you know, it's...
Wait. That's odd. When I ran off with the things from Tequila's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir.
What? 4?
Yeah, I'm sure. I put one of them in my coat pocket.
There was a 4th item? Oh, come on, y'all. It's over.
He's not behind the desk. He's awkward as fuck. Yeah.
Oh, boy, I tell you, you really are something. Between getting accused of murder and getting kidnapped, never a dull moment with you, huh?
you think? Why did she look so happy about that?
Being shut away for 2 whole days. Were you scared? Oh yeah, I was really scary. I felt so hopeless. I just kept my mind off of things. I drew a picture.
That sounds like you had it rough, gal.
So where's this picture of yours? Yeah, I want to see it. I want to see Mr. Maya's picture.
You know, I don't know where it went.
Oh, that's too bad. Well, it's alright. It wasn't anything important anyway.
Ah. Sure is nice to finally see them both smiling again.
Beep, 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 beep.
Huh? What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? This thing is picking up something up.
Ah, that's Miss Von Karma's receiver!
Huh? But thanks to her, I had the most awful experience of my life, sir.
Can't believe she snuck a tracking device on me.
That's odd. Even though you're standing right here, the tracking device seems to be in a different location. Oh, it's probably busted or something, sir. Well, doesn't matter. I'm afraid it's about time for me to excuse myself. Still have some work to do.
Oh, but Mr. Edgeworth, you haven't even eaten anything yet.
And you've eaten way too much,
Phoenix! It has been 2 days without food. Let them fucking eat. Stop judging them.
I had fun tonight. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Wait.
What? I want to say thanks, Edgeworth. You really saved me out there. If anyone should be saying thanks, it should be me, right? I feel like words alone aren't enough here. I wonder if there's anything I can give him to express how I feel. I'll be real. I can't think of anything else that we would give him. What's this? Thank you. It's all thanks to you two. You and her. You don't need to thank me. I was only doing my job. Looks like Mr. Edgeworth has left, Mr. Nick. Hey, Mr. Maya? Yeah, yes, Pearly? I guess you two can go back to being lovey-dovey, right? You and Mr. Nick, I mean. Lee, would you cut it out already? You're embarrassing me.
Anyway, who's paying for this lovely dinner party?
As if you needed to ask. Everyone say thank you to Nick.
Yeah, I'm kinda at the point where I can't even buy instant noodles, pal. So I kinda already put your name on the bill.
Yay, got that situation got me a situation just like that myself. There's still the camera shop in the hotel, see? And I just bought myself this good old beauty here. It'd be better, it better be anyhow. It's 3,000. Actually, I reckon you bought it for me since, it's on your tab and all. Ain't that great, Mr. Nick? Yeah, Nick. Why do I suddenly feel like screaming? Oh, you don't need to hold back now, you hear?
Yeah, pal, time to let it all out.
This is gonna be the first time I hear the real you! Go on. It's been a while since I heard you say it. You've been busy being held hostage and all.
Alright then, if you say so.
That was lovely. That was lovely. I think we can all agree. That was really, really nice. You really came through for me, Nick. I had to hide that letter, but I knew you'd find it. I really feel like I've been living on the edge lately. I mean, I've escaped death 3 times now. Pretty cool, huh? Feel like a pro. Really shouldn't. Okay, so... yeah. Can we get to the bad ending now? Of course we can do the bad ending. After the credits. I'm so happy you could save missing mine, Nick. I'm so happy for you, too. Speaking of which, I think this hotel's a popular place for honeymooners. So I sort of made reservations for the two of you just in case. That's not how that works. That's not also not what we're not married. And we're not dating.
Well, pal, it looks like I'm back on the force again. Mr. Edgeworth had a long talk with the chief, and he got me reinstated. I heard he said things like letting that one go is bad for all of society. I knew it. Crashing headlong into everything is the only way to live, pal.
Aw, poor Gumshoe. Like I said, I love this game series so much. Because, like... Hey, it's you, Maggie Bird. I'm Maggie Bird, and retiring this uniform as of today. I'm gonna be a waitress from now on. And bring smiles and joy to people who come to the restaurant, sir. Hope you'll stop by sometime, Mr. Wright. It's able to take such, like, interesting and heartfelt stories, but not get so dark that like, it feels awful, you know? Yes. Are you here for a visit a patient? Director Hottie? Recently, yes, the girl, you know, I haven't seen her around. Yes. But I remember, even if I laid eyes on her, it would go crap. Didn't matter if I got with though. Yes. Like, it's able to mix the, like, humor along with all of this, and it's what I love about it.
It's time to begin our quest of world circus domination and let the world know that we are serious. I plan to make a fabulous flight to Zimbabwe. Hey, Max, do you know what Zimbabwe's like? They're like castles made of cake and bunnies who can talk. Do you think... I think that there are any talking bunnies. Even they won't laugh at most jokes. Wow. I can see that they have their own comedy act. I'm ready. There's no way the jokes are gonna fall on deaf ears. I'm gonna be more contemporary with my humor. Mo curls represent. We got an act all together. Prepare for the Hallelujah chorus. Say something, will ya? You're supposed to start us off. Get on with it. Oh, it's so good. Like, so many creative characters, and it's why I love the series so much. What's this trash? It's just an old electric razor recharging. I can't believe this. Really? How long do they plan on making me do this? Oh, but it's Edgy Pooh's idea, so that must mean there's a deep hidden meaning. But why do I get the feeling they wouldn't forget about me? They wouldn't forget about me, would they? Ah, it never was like them. This in the old days, everyone thought the world of me. They used to call me Queen Wendy and then treat me like royalty, and they haven't heard about the pain and the heel. And they're going to burn. Speaking of burn, playing with fire, dangerous, 3 warehouses, and the Syrian burn, crossing them. So cute and charming murder, zany, wacky, jokey, death. And I meet all kinds of weirdos on my justice-seeking quest. Oh, God. Brendel Floss. And classic. I appreciate everything that you and Miss Edgeworth did for me from the bottom of my heart. Oh, that's right. I received a letter from Miss Von Karma. She said that after I get out, I should feel free to consult her about anything. I'm really thankful to have met everyone. Ah. God, that's good. So good. It has become difficult for me in this country as of late. As such, I will be taking a short leave of absence. If you would like to request my services, please be sure to visit my homepage. May we both be blessed by longevity. Legitimately, I love every bit of this. March 23rd, 9:42 p.m. International departures, Gate 12. Where are you going, Francisca? How did you know I was here? With this? That's... I heard you were planting things on a certain person. Things like tracking devices in his coat, for example. It's just like you. I only planted it there because he was always wearing it. This filthy drab coat of his. I don't know how it ended up in my luggage. But it's going in the trash, I promise you that. Oh, that's right. Speaking of that man, he told me something very interesting. When I ran off with the things from To Kill His hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir. 4 things? It seems he put the last one in his coat pocket. Put it in here. Doesn't matter anymore. The case is already over. What are you going to do now? That's none of your business. Are you running away? Shut up! You don't understand a thing. You can't possibly understand what it means to be a Manfred von Karma's daughter. Francisca. So many expectations from everyone around me. Expectations I must fulfill. I'm expected to win no matter what. And failure? Such a thing is not an option for me. My father was a genius. There's no doubt about that, but me? I'm no genius. I've always known that. But I had to be fun. I had to. You may not be a genius like your father, but you're a prosecutor. You have been, and you always will be. No, I'm not. Not anymore. I've even thrown my whip away. Speaking of that, Wright gave me this to hold on to. You knew something like this would happen, didn't you? I'm going to say this again. We prosecutors do not fight for personal honor or pride. I hope that you'll think deeply about what you should be striking down with that whip. You haven't changed a bit. You've always left me alone to walk on ahead without me. Miles Edgeworth. I always hated you. And then, finally, my chance to take revenge on you arrived. If I could win against that man, if I could make Phoenix Wright bow down in defeat, then this girl that you left behind would have risen higher than you. That was supposed to be my revenge. I see. You know, I can't do it. Can't change who I am. I can't throw away everything I've been until today. I believe you can. Just like how Adrian Andrews did. Adrian Andrews? You were going to use her during the trial, right? But you were dependent on your father by using his tactics. Isn't that right? Hmm. Today you chased after me. After I'd left you behind all those years. And that's why we're standing here now, side by side. But I have no intention of stopping. If you say that you're going to quit the walk down prosecutor's path, then this is where we part ways, Franziska von Karma. I am Franziska von Karma. Don't think I'm going to walk in your shadow forever. Our battle, it begins now! So you better prepare yourself, Miles Edgeworth. Oh. She's like a little sister. Oh. Oh. Phoenix Wright. One day, someday, I'm sure we'll meet again in battle. Until then, this last piece of evidence that never made it to you, I'll take good care of this fourth piece. So I can give it to you when at last we meet again. Oh, that was the That was the drawing! Oh, that's actually kind of cute! Oh. And now, the bad ending.
Who would you like to show this evidence to?
I'd like to show it. To Maya Bay.
I see. And now, tell the court what one piece of evidence you would like to show them. I'd like to show them my attorney's badge! Oh, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? I don't have anything to say to this. How about you, Miss Von Karma?
Well, I was just shot, so...
I'm afraid I can't allow the defense to continue. What? No one understands what you're talking about anymore.
Wait, please, one more chance.
That's enough, Mr. Wright. I will now state my verdict. This court finds the defendant Matt on guard. Not guilty.
If you don't give Edgeworth the whip, you don't get that scene, and you don't get to see the picture. That's sad. That's awful, but I'm happy. I'm happy that we got to see it.
That's it. Court adjourned.
This is amazing. And just like that, the case came to an end. I ran away from the courtroom and wandered the streets alone. I never saw Maya again. The killer is a man of his word, so I'm sure he released her as promised. I heard the verdict of Miss Andrews' trial a few days later. He was found guilty, of course. The miracle never happened. Maybe it was never meant to. Because a miracle is something that doesn't exist. The end. That end. That end. Oh, now that was wonderful. So, as you guys know, we have done 2 of the 3 games. The next game in the series, not Ace Attorney or Justice for All, but Trials and Tribulations. Usually the tutorial level is pretty fast going. So I'm going to put up a poll, and I'm going to give you guys the option to let us see the first, the tutorial case of Trials and Tribulations as a little sneak peek for the 3rd and final game of this series. Not of this series, obviously, but of this trilogy of games. I have an idea what the answer is going to be, but one way or another, I still have to ask it. Let me go ahead and manage the poll. I don't need to view the results. There will not be any extra vote. Only the people who vote. Because today's a day of voting. And I hope you all voted. You guys did vote, right? Right? I warned you in the Discord. You didn't disappoint me now, did you? No, you'd never do that, would you? Okay, legitimately though, now. I'm going to go ahead and start it. And I'm actually going to run I'm going to run an ad while that's going on as well. So I'll see you in a bit. Okay. Right. Bitch.
We are defense attorneys, and it's really cool, man. Phoenix eats something he shouldn't and almost dies. Oh. Bum 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 bum. Oh, the Twitch ad has ended, but the thing is still going. The poll is still going, and I see that it is very one-sided. But I gotta give every single person the chance to vote. You gotta make sure every single one gets counted. Otherwise, are you even really holding an election? The poll is a sweep. I'm almost out of Whoppers. Not the Whoppers. Whoppers are like the best, are like one of the best chocolate candies. Unless you mean like the Burger King Whopper, in which case, like, I mean, take it or leave it. You know? Okay, poll ended. Yeah, that is a major sweep if I've ever seen one. Oh man, that was something. Okay, I think we all know what we gotta do. One case, one trial. I'm sure we can all handle it. Let's play. Turnabout Memories. I love the dissolving feeling. It's, yeah, right? It's like, you know? How did I get into this mess? Why? Why did I do that? That girl, you shouldn't see her anymore. Hey, it's none of your business. I'm telling you for your sake. If you continue to see her, it's gonna be bad news. You're lying! Just listen to me. There's something you need to know about that girl.
Stop it! Don't talk about her like that! It wasn't me. I didn't. I didn't do it. 5 years earlier, Mia Fey, second trial. That's right. The tutorial of this game has you playing as Mia. Ain't that fun? Whew, finally time. Kind of nervous.
Ahem.
Oh, Mr. Grossberg. Good morning. Phoenix?
Ah, Mia, calm yourself down. You're going to get yourself arrested for suspicious behavior, don't you know?
This is the day Mia and Phoenix met. What are you talking about? I'm relaxed, Mr. Grossberg. Look at me. I'm relaxed.
Let go of my lapels. You obviously have got the temperament to be a lawyer.
Lag spike. Lag spike. No! Okay, it looks like it's better now.
I'm so sorry. It's just that I'm so nervous.
I'm so nervous today.
Oh, that's all right. It is your first time in the big leagues, isn't it? Well, never you fear, my dear. I, Marvin Grossberg, am at your service.
Actually, this is my second time in court.
Still, you surprised me. What was your earnest request last night? Let me handle this case, you suddenly said, and suddenly and quite forcefully, too.
I just found out yesterday about the case, I mean.
What, you've already learned all the relevant facts?
Well, about that, you see, I mean, of course I have, I think.
Oh dear. In any case, let's not let our...
Well, let me see the facts. Proof of my profession. The first and last time I wore it was a year ago. Date and time of death, 4/9, 3 p.m. Cause of death was from fatal electric shock.
Don't let your client see you're so nervous. You see the poor young man in the pink sweater over there? That's our client.
Good morning there, everybody. Good morning. Try to keep smiling, Mia. I just wanted to say, I'll give it all I got. Yep, I'll be fine. No problem. What's wrong? Do you have the cold or something, Mr. Wright? Actually, it's Wright, like the Flying Brothers. People screw it up all the time. And yes, I have a cold. What the mask is for. My doc says this way I won't give it to anybody else. Be kind to others, he says. Right, Mr. Wright. You have nothing to fear in court today. If you're truly innocent, I promise that I'll save you. Please let go of my shirt. That's right, he's the one on trial, not you. He's the one that should be nervous. You need to stay strong for your client, Mia. My name is Mia Fey, and I'm pretty new to this lawyer thing. The first time I appeared in court was over a year ago. But that trial traumatized me so badly, I thought I'd never step foot in another courtroom. It's been 1 year since then, and well, here I am again. This time I'm going to win. For my client, and for myself. April 11th, 10 a.m., District Court, Courtroom Number 2. Oh god, I know who you are.
court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Phoenix Wright. As you can see, I am immortal, and I do not age.
Is that why you look so old?
Listen here, you little shit!
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
The defense today is Miss Mia Fey, was it?
Yes, Your Honor. Is there a problem?
I was under the impression that Marvin Grossberg would be leading the defense.
Yes, well, you see, Mr. Grossberg had a bit of an emergency.
Emergency? But isn't that him standing right next to you?
Yes, well...
You're just a rookie. Are you sure you can really handle this?
Don't let him scare you, Mia. Give him your toughest look. Of course, Your Honor. I think.
Well, Mr. Payne, your opening statements, if you please.
Well, well, well. I can't believe a veteran like me has to spend his time babysitting the new defense lawyer. Don't worry, little girl. It'll be over soon. What was all that about? Are you trying to trash talk me? Now then, I'd like to proceed with the summary of events of the day in question. The incident occurred on the campus of Ivy University. The murder victim was a student named Doug Swallow. Oh, I bet he does. I need to stop. I need to stop. He was a fourth-year student studying pharmacology. I really need to stop. I make too many jokes. Payne had hair at this time. Honestly, at some point I need to like so fun fact, every year I've been raising the like age of like my Discord and my community, because like I started at one age and I didn't want to just jump to the next to like a certain one when everybody else had already shown up. Like currently I believe the community is like 16 plus. And I'm slowly making it up to 18 because again, you know, it's like I'm trying to make sure that I'm not like just blindsiding people, you know. But the more I do that, the more jokes I make. The fourth-year student studying pharmacology.
Sounds like he was a bright young man.
Yes, well, next was a photo taken of the scene of the crime. Students discovered the scene shortly after the murder. They were found the victim's body. And the defendant, who had obviously bungled his getaway, they called the police.
That certainly makes the defendant look very suspicious indeed. Very well. The court accepts the photo and the record as evidence.
Alright. Hi, Elle. Hello, Elle. I hope you're having a good time. Also, I fixed the Pitchfork thing, so, you know. Pitchfork's voice box now works, hopefully, correctly. Actually, let me just do one thing to double check that real quick. Where are they? Down here? There it is, okay. Press save real quick.
By the way, I can't quite tell the cause of death from this photo.
Your reputation for a second. Oh, well. The truth is, the victim died a rather unusual death. Can you stop playing with your hair? I don't need to see that. An unusual death?
What do you mean, Mr. Payne?
Well, perhaps the defense would like to take this question. Huh? A simple question. I thought I might loosen you up a bit. I'm a genteel man, if you will.
Go back to sleep and starve.
A what? Stand up to him, Mia. Show him that what you're made of.
A perfect opportunity. Well, what was that? The cause. Go on. Please tell me you know at least that much.
I'm sorry, I didn't get a chance to read through the whole file.
My hemorrhoids are starting to act up. I don't need to know about your fucking hemorrhoids, man. I don't need to know that. Now see here. The detail of the case are filed under the court record. But if you knew that already, didn't you?
Ah, the court record.
All the weapons we need can be found in the court record. Take a good, hard look at the data there. And think carefully before you answer, my dear.
Yes, sir. I'll do just that. Gotta stay calm. I can't let the prosecutor get the better of me. Okay.
Now then, will the attorney of the defense please answer the question? What is the cause of death?
Electrocution! According to the court record, the fatal electric shock, in other words, electrocution.
Electrocution? But how could such a thing happen? Did the murderer use some type of new super powerful stun gun, maybe?
The answer will become crystal clear as the trial proceeds, Your Honor. But before that, there is one more vital issue. Oh, what's that? Why, motive, of course. Apparently, there was some bad blood between the victim and the defendant.
Bad blood?
What do you mean? Oopsie, I'm terribly sorry. You're the defense attorney, so you must know all about it. I shouldn't be stealing your spotlight like this.
I really don't like this guy's smug attitude.
That's Winston Payne for you. He's one smooth operator, if you catch my drift. They don't call him the rookie killer for nothing, you know. Now then, let's hear from the defendant. What is the source of the bad blood between the victim and the defendant? And this time I would like to see some supporting evidence.
Evidence?
No need to get all worked up over this. As I said, all our weapons can be found in the court record.
Grossberg, third-year art student, victim, Phoenix Wright's girlfriend, dated Doug's... Okay.
What the... What kind of...
Huh. Okay.
Find the evidence you need that'll shove it in old Graybeard's face.
Yes, sir. Good old Graybeard's face.
Mr. Grossberg, try to set a better example for the young lady. Mia, evidence isn't the only thing in the court record. People's profiles are there as well. You can toggle between the profiles in the evidence tab. Just be sure to go over it. Now then, let's see what you've got. What is the cause of the bad blood between Phoenix Wright and the victim?
Well, obviously that's his girlfriend who dated Doug Swallow. The reason for the bad blood between the two of them was this woman here.
Dahlia Hawthorne, was it?
Very good, Mrs. Frey. You seem to have picked up on at least that much. This woman is the girlfriend of the defendant, Phoenix Wright. But up until about 8 months ago, she was with the victim, Mr. Swallow. Clearly, Fish indeed. Clearly she had some part to play in the story.
He's done it again. Before the cross-examination starts, he's already got the judge thinking like he wants. Very well, Mr. Payne. Please call your first witness.
If it pleases the court, the prosecution would like to call Mr. Phoenix Wright.
What? The defendant himself? Well, Miss Fay?
It's fine. After all, Mr. Wright is innocent, right? The defense has no objection. Very well. The court now calls Mr. Phoenix Wright to the witness stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Yeah, my name is Phoenix Wright. My job is, well, right now I guess I'm a suspect. No, he means what did you do before you were arrested? Oh, I was a university student.
Mr. Wright, I understand that you were suspected of death of Doug Swallow, but
I didn't do it. I'm innocent, I tell you. I'm telling you I wasn't. Would the defendant please refrain from passing on his cold to the rest of us?
it seems the witness has something he wants to say.
Well then, Mr. Wright, please tell us about your relation to the victim. Right away, Your Honor. The victim and I. I admit, I was there. But I'm not the killer. All I did was find the body. I hardly knew the guy to begin with.
I've never even talked to the stuck-up British wannabe.
I see. So you hardly knew the victim. Right, like I said, I'm not a killer.
Whew, looks like the judge understands.
You're being naive, you know that? Too naive.
Huh? Seems like you've forgotten one small thing, young lady.
And what would that be?
This witness still has to undergo something called cross-examination.
Cross-examination? He's right, and it's a defense's duty to carry out the cross-examination. The purpose is to determine if the witness's testimony contains any contradictions.
Contradictions?
If a witness is lying, their statement will conflict with the court record.
But Mr. Wright is my client.
Even if he is your client, in court all lies must be struck down. As a lawyer, that is your duty, you see.
What does he mean by that? Is he saying that the testimony just now, that there was a lie, a contradiction? I'm not gonna lie, those two emotes actually go hard together. That's pretty good.
Now then, your cross-examination, if you please.
Please, Mr. Wright, tell me you haven't been lying. You wouldn't do that to me, would you? I admit I was there, but I'm not the killer. All I did was find the body. I hardly knew the guy to begin with. Never even talked to that stuck-up British wannabe. Mr. Wright, you stated the following in your testimony. I hardly knew the guy.
That's right. I mean, why would I even...
But that doesn't sound right. If you hardly knew him, then why would you say that the victim was a stuck-up British wannabe?
Tell the truth.
Well, Mr. Wright?
No, it wasn't me. I'm not the killer, I swear. Mr. Wright, I will give you the opportunity to revise your testimony. Now, how is it that you knew the victim, as you would put it, is a British wannabe? Yeah, well, he was always walking around with a huge Union Jack on the back of his shirt.
Was he? Did you see it at the crime scene, the Union Jack, I mean?
Yes, that's right. I saw it at the crime scene. That's why I figured he must love British stuff. It's true, cross my heart. I swear I didn't do it.
He's acting fishier than the salmon I ate last night. May I ask?
Halfway to chug. Hydrate that lottle.
Terrifying. Stop that. Yes, Your Honor? What is it now?
Who is this person anyway? This Union Jack fellow? I'll have you know that we busted up unions back in my day. We can't bust heads like we used to, but we have our ways.
some of them involve telling stories that don't go anywhere, like the time I took the ferry to Shelbyville. So I was going out to Morganville, which is what we called Shelbyville in those days. So I tied an onion to my hip, which was the style at the time. And so we went to the ferry, and the ferry cost a nickel. And back then, nickels had pictures of bumblebees on them. You'd say 5 bees for a quarter, you'd say. All right, where was I? Oh, yes, that's right. So I tied an onion to my hip, which was the style at the time. And we could only afford the yellow. There were no white ones, so I had to have a big yellow one. We didn't have any white ones because of the war.
The Union Jack is the name of the United Kingdom's flag.
Oh, I see. So you mean like the Stars and Stripes, right?
As usual, Your Honor, your insight astounds me. Hey, something just occurred to me. Is there something strange about this bit just now?
Yeah, there's a contradiction here.
Mr. Grossberg?
Quickly now, show the boy you mean business with evidence, I mean.
First game tutorial, Phoenix signals his friend Larry Butt. Yeah.
My dear, do you think that you can manage this from your own?
Yeah, I can handle it. Thank you. 1 year ago, I was in this courtroom. I can do it. I can handle myself.
You mustn't try to bite off more than you can chew, Mia.
I'll be fine. I know what I have to do.
Remember, you can always press him to get more information. Oh, and one more thing. When you're doing to state a contradiction, make sure you present some definitive proof.
Okay. Hardly knew the guy. I never wanted to talk to that. He was always walking around with a huge Union Jack on his back. Unfortunately, you're a fucking liar. Are you certain you saw the Union Jack?
Yeah, I'm sure. It was right there on his back. Miss Fay, is there some point to this line of questioning?
Your Honor, please take another look at the crime scene photo. As you can see, there's absolutely nothing on the victim's back.
Hey, wait a minute! He was wearing a leather jacket!
Union Jack was on the back of the t-shirt he was wearing. I was under the impression that you accidentally came across the body. But if this is really the case, then you wouldn't know that, would you? You have no idea what he was wearing underneath that jacket. Mr. Wright, you've been lying to me.
Forgive me! Mia, you've made our client cry!
Let him. That P on his chest doesn't stand for Phoenix anyway. I can't believe I trust him. Mr. Wright was all wrong. I'm sorry, what does the P stand for? No, Mia, you can't just say the P doesn't stand for Phoenix and not tell us what it stands for. That was an impressive bit of cross-examination. Thankfully, thank you for uncovering the defendant's lies for me. It's quite clear that this man did not simply stumble upon the scene of the crime. Oh. Did I go too far? By the way, Mr. Wright, you seem to have a rather bad cold. Have you taken medicine for it?
Yeah, I took some, but...
Was the medicine that you took over the counter? Called Cold Killer X?
Yeah, that's right. It kills colds good.
Hey, wait a second.
How did you know I'm a big fan of Cold Killer X?
Well, would you happen to have that medicine with you right now?
Well, actually, I seem to have lost it somewhere.
You lost it? Do you even have anything to do with the case? Mr. Wright, shall I tell you where your cold medicine is right now?
Huh?
Your Honor, I'd like you to take a look at another photo from the scene of the crime.
What is this? It's in the victim's hands. It's Cold Killer X!
Yes, but even I've got a bottle of Cold Killer X in my apartment. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that argument won't work. There's no doubt as to who this bottle of Cold Killer X belongs to, especially since Mr. Wright's fingerprints are all over it. What? Sensing his murderous intent, Mr. Swallow must have picked up this bottle of medicine, dropped by Mr. Phoenix Wright, and hid it in his hand. His purpose for doing so can only have been to identify his killer as Phoenix Wright.
See, I just want to know how you're going to explain how he killed him, because so far you have a motive, but no way of explaining how he even did it. Order in the court.
Your Honor, I'd like to present this photo and bottle as evidence.
Very well. The court will accept this into evidence.
Nice. Nice. Also, the victim's wristwatch was broken.
Broken?
Yes, it ceased functioning with a large wave of electricity passed through it. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have some kind of explanation for all this?
Oh,
This is really bad.
oh my!
I don't need to know about that!
Gross! Yeah, no, you're putting gross in your name.
What really happened?
The truth is, I went because he called me. It was in the pharmacology department, so we agreed to meet at 2:45 behind the building. We talked for a bit, and then at around 3 we split up. Then later I went back, and I found him lying there. I've been taking Cold Killer X for the past 2 or 3 days, but I lost my bottle of it around lunchtime on the day of the accident. Mr. Wright, that's a completely different from the testimony you gave previously. I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm just afraid I wouldn't believe the truth.
You'll forgive me if I say I hardly find your current testimony any more credible.
Miss Fay, please begin the cross-examination.
Oh, please, Mr. Wright, don't tell any more lies.
What really happened?
The truth is, I went because he called me. He was in the pharmacology department, so we agreed to meet at 12:45. Let me see. This would be just a couple minutes after 3. We talked for a bit, and then at around 3 we split up. Then later I went back and found him lying there. But I lost my bottle around lunchtime on the day of the accident. Truth is because he called me. If I recall correctly, the insinuation in other language is that Mia claims that the P on his chest stands for something insulting, like phony or pansy. So that makes sense. The only problem is that my first thought was nah. Have you ever met the victim?
No, never! But that day he called me up and told me he wanted to talk about Dolly. And this Dolly person is my, well, kind of embarrassing. He's my sweetheart. Oof. What was that for, Mia?
Oh, I'm sorry. I just felt like slapping something all of a sudden. Dahlia Hawthorne was also the lover of the murder victim, Doug Swallow. Before she met Mr. Wright, that is.
So it was one of those nasty love triangles, I see.
Is in the pharmacology department. Was it Mr. Swallow who indicated you should meet at 2:45?
Yeah, and we were both there right on time. You said the victim was in the pharmacology department. Yeah, I was studying how to manufacture and improve pharmaceuticals. I would call him the alchemist of IDU. An alchemist, I see. I gotta admit, I was a little suspicious. He had a whole laboratory and everything. It was filled with chemicals and strange machines that run on high voltage electricity. Oh, how fascinating. He sounds like quite the ambitious young man.
What do I do? Maybe I should ask him for more details. About the timing of the meeting. You absolutely certain that you met at 2:45?
Yeah, pretty sure that's the time class ends. But they're always doing experiments, so it doesn't matter much.
Experiments?
Yeah, those pharmacology guys are always in the lab whipping up something.
Huh, looks like he's right about the time. Witness, let's go on to your testimony.
No, I want to know more. I want to know more.
There we go. About the pharmacology department. I was wondering if you could tell us more about the pharmacology department.
Oh, okay, sure. I don't know that much, though.
A little bit earlier in your testimony, you said something interesting. You said the department uses strange machines that run on high voltage electricity.
That's right, and they sure look dangerous. They use non-standard voltage, so there's a high voltage cables everywhere.
High voltage cable?
Yeah, there are electrical poles set up all around the building. High voltage cable runs overhead around the roof.
Finally, I think we're getting somewhere. What is it that you were talking about?
You know, maybe we should just hang out. Maybe we should hang out again sometime.
Hang out again sometime? I wish that were true.
And later, I went back and I found him lying there.
So you say you went back?
Yeah, that's when I found the body.
Yes, but why did you go back? Are you angry with them?
Well, that's right, I was.
Then why, Mr. Wright? Why did you go back?
I thought maybe we could make up.
Judging by the atmosphere, I'm pretty sure no one's buying this.
Been taking cold killer for the last 2 to 3 days.
Rather unusual to catch a cold this time of year.
Yeah, I always get a little careless when the weather starts to warm up. I guess I shouldn't sleep with the window open in early spring.
I suppose common sense is not always common. So, did anybody else know you were taking cold medicine?
Well, I always took one after meals, so I'm pretty sure all my friends knew about it.
But I lost my bottle around lunchtime. On the day of the accident, what did you do for lunch?
Huh? What does that have to do with anything?
You can never be too sure.
I always eat with Dolly. It's just the two of us. Dolly's homemade lunches are just the greatest. Her mini omelets are magically delicious.
Judith, what did you punch me in the jaw for?
Oh, I'm sorry. I just felt like hurting someone all of a sudden.
I think that's enough for now. So the defendant and the victim met at approximately the time of their death, and then the defendant returned to the scene for unknown reasons.
I'm not entirely convinced by his explanation about the medicine bottle either.
Let me be frank here, Mr. Wright. Your testimony cannot be trusted. What do you
mean? I thought it was too much work for the little girl.
However, there is one mystery that still remains.
There is, Your Honor.
Yeah. How the murder was carried out, of course. Just how was the victim electrocuted? Don't believe the murder weapon had been produced yet, correct?
Well, You're correct, Your Honor. How exactly was Mr. Swallow killed? If I could somehow establish how it was done, maybe I could still come out of this mess smelling like a rose. Your Honor?
Yes, Miss Fay?
I believe that if we were to piece together everything we've heard up until now, we should be able to solve the mystery of how Mr. Swallow died.
That would be most impressive.
Quite the brash statement coming from a rookie.
But even a beginner like you must understand the basic rules of the court, yes? An attorney must be able to substantiate their argument with evidence. I know that. Actually, I'd totally forgotten about that.
Now then, Miss Fay, let me see what you've got. Show me how you believe the victim was electrocuted.
As for the cause of death, I'd say this picture captures it all quite well.
What? But there's nothing that even remotely resembles a murder weapon. I'm afraid the defense is going to have to explain this in a bit more detail. Where exactly?
Well, naturally, it's right here.
What is that?
A severed electrical cable, I believe, Your Honor. Remember the testimony we've heard? The machines in the pharmacology students use in their experiments require high voltage. And because of that, they use special high voltage cables strung up everywhere.
So then the high voltage cable?
Yes, the high voltage cable is the cause of the death. That's the most likely explanation.
It certainly sounds plausible. Well, Mr. Payne, what do you have to say about this?
Well, I believe some praise is in order. Don't toy with me, old man. Now, old? What do you mean old? I'm not old, am I, Judge? The victim's cause of death may indeed have been a high-voltage cable. However, I want you to think about what that really implies. The only one who had the opportunity to use the cable as a murder weapon was the defendant.
As a murder weapon. As a murder weapon. Payne, you are grasping.
Dude. That much is certainly true.
What do you mean, certainly true?
Using it as a murder weapon.
Do you really think that someone's just gonna stand next to like a broken power line and then someone's going to pick it up? Like a power line, not like a regular cable, a goddamn power line. And use it on...
That's all. We have proof. Irrefutable proof that'll establish Mr. Wright was the murderer.
You do? What was it?
His fingerprints. Fingerprints.
Fingerprints? You mean the defendant's fingerprints were on something besides the medicine bottle?
Let's take another look at the crime scene photo. As you can see, the victim is wearing a leather jacket. And as you may know, leather holds fingerprints quite well.
You mean...
Yes, it's quite clearly imprinted on the chest area of the victim's jacket. The palm print of the defendant's very own hand.
What?
I can only think of one way that Mr. Wright could have left a print like that. Intent on murder, he squarely shoved the victim towards the severed...
I'm sorry, like, I don't think people just stand next to power cables. You know, screw me if I'm wrong, but like I don't know what the kids are doing these days. I don't know how hip everybody is, but like, you don't stand by power cables. Especially not close enough to where a shove could send you in.
Order! Order! That's enough! I think we can conclude there's no reason to continue the cross-examination. Stick a fork in us, we're done.
Mr. Grossberg!
My hemorrhoids never lie. The show's over, Mia.
I don't fucking care about your hemorrhoids, Bud. Stop telling me.
I knew that boy was guilty the first time I saw him.
No, you're wrong. Mr. Wright is innocent.
No further evidence is required to convince me of this man's guilt.
Your Honor?
At this time, I'm prepared to render a verdict. You have something further to add, Miss Fay.
Is that what you want, Mr. Wright? You still haven't told us the truth. The whole truth. If you don't say something now, the judge is going to hand down his verdict.
But I can't. I just can't say it. If I told you what really happened, then I'd be...
It's okay, Mr. Wright. I'm your attorney. You can trust me.
Miss Fay?
No matter what it is you have to say, I believe in you, and I'll represent you to the very end. We've already established the defendant's guilt. There's no further need for him to say anything.
Wait a minute.
Mr. Wright?
I'll tell you what really happened.
But I've already told you, Mr. Wright, there's no need for further...
I did it. I admit it. I pushed him. It's my fault. My fault that Doug Swallow's dead.
I do. It's like silly.
That girl, you shouldn't see her anymore. None of your business. I'm telling you for your sake.
If you continue to see her, it's gonna be bad news.
You're lying.
Just listen to me. There's something you need to know about that girl.
Stop it! Don't talk about her like that!
What you just said, was that the truth?
Yes, I was afraid. Afraid that if I told the truth, everyone would think I was a murderer for sure.
Well, as things currently stand, we all are absolutely convinced that you are.
Please give me one more chance to explain. This time I swear I'll tell the whole truth. I'll be okay, won't I, Miss Fay? I believe in you.
Oh, thank you. I still can't believe it. He really did push the victim.
I don't... The Harlem Shake.
The Harlem Shake. Product of the time. Product of the time. When I pushed the victim.
That guy, he was talking bad about Dolly. I lost my temper and I gave him a shove. At that moment, I heard some kind of loud noise.
Shiny term! What color did I become? Aw, dang, I didn't even become like a really different color. One sec, we're gonna fix that. Hey! That one's good.
A little while after I left and started to get worried. So I went back, but he was just lying there. Dead.
Well, the explanation is really quite simple. When you pushed him, Mr. Swallow fell back and touched the electrical cables. He died from the shock, and that, as they say, is that. Wrench.
That one's good. A simple explanation indeed.
At the time of the incident, the light rain had been falling. Wet from the rain, the victim was more easily electrocuted.
When I pushed him, there weren't any electrical cables nearby. It must have been something like... If there had been something like that, even I would have noticed it.
That is true. Even a doofus like him couldn't miss that.
Miss Fay, let me warn you right now, if your cross-examination doesn't yield any new facts, I intend to deliver my verdict without further delay. Are we clear on that?
Yes, Your Honor. Don't give up, Mia.
He's innocent. There must be some evidence. Something that'll prove it.
When I pushed him,
Talking bad about Dolly. What kind of things did Mr. Swallow say to you?
he said all sorts of terrible things about Dolly. He said that she was a bad girl.
Hmm?
Is that all?
Yep.
Well, Miss Fay, you heard him yourself.
Oh boy, you're not doing yourself any favors here, Mr. Wright. Please don't make this harder for me than it already is.
Anyway, after what he said that, I lost my temper and gave him a shove.
Can you tell me more about what happened in a little more detail?
That guy, he just said that he wanted to say it to me. And then he put on his jacket and he was holding and he started to leave. That's when I lost my temper and flew into a furious frenzy. I just gave him a light, gentle shove to the chest. Whew.
And when you did that, there was no severed cables anywhere?
Right! There was nothing like that at all!
But it's possible that you merely overlooked it.
Well, I guess it's possible.
What are you doing? Don't let that guy steamroll over you like cheap asphalt!
I believe what's important here is the moment the push occurred.
I heard some kind of loud noise. Loud noise? What would you say the loud noise was?
I'm not sure, but it was really loud.
It was like, snap!
You know, come to think of it, I wonder what that was.
Clearly, Your Honor, it was the sound of the victim being electrocuted. You're not qualified to decide that. What should I do? I'm treading somewhere dangerous. No, I need more details. Mr. Wright, the loud noise you heard may be extremely important, so try to remember what it was.
How would you put it? It was like a sharp crack. Could it have been...
Yes, could it have been? Hurry up and tell us.
When I pushed him, he dropped the umbrella he was holding. He fell right on top of it and it broke. It was probably the noise I heard.
An umbrella, huh? And did the umbrella belong to the victim?
Yeah, it was plastic, cheap and frail, kind of like the owner. Then again, I wish I had that kind of umbrella. I was totally soaked to the bone. Miss Fay, what do you think? Is there something important in this testimony?
Well, yeah, of course it's important. That's it, Mia. The new information you've been waiting for. Of course it's important. No, the cheap umbrella is more than important. It's vital. I want to officially have it entered into the testimony. How perfectly fitting. Flimsy information for a flimsy lawyer.
The court agrees to the defense's request. Witness, please add the bit about the cheap umbrella to your testimony.
After I shoved him, he fell down on top of his cheap umbrella. I think that you're a liar. Why didn't you testify about the umbrella from the beginning?
Come on, if I had mentioned that,
I wouldn't be able to counter the prosecution's argument earlier. What do you mean by that? Take another look at the crime scene. According to Mr. Wright, the victim fell on top of his umbrella. However, if you look closely, the umbrella is nowhere near the victim. Actually, it's by the electrical pole.
you're absolutely right. The conclusion here is obvious.
After the defendant left, the victim moved from where he fell. In other words, after he was pushed by the defendant, Mr. Swallow was still alive. No!
Order! Order! The victim, he moved? Mr. Payne, the umbrella in the photo, where is it now?
Well, it was collected at the police by the scene of the crime.
I want it presented as evidence immediately.
It's not at all mentioned in game, but Phoenix pushes him onto his back, but the victim is found face down. How goes things? Things are going good. Owned by the victim, found near the electrical pole. But the umbrella could have simply been blown there. Nuh-uh. According to the testimony, the victim fell on top of the umbrella. And there's simply no way it could have been blown in by the wind. But
I know the matter of the umbrella seems relatively trivial, but as long as the smallest doubt remains, I cannot render final judgment.
no!
I must say, I still find it hard to believe that a huge hole has been blown in the prosecution's case by the defendant's testimony.
The victim fell on top of their umbrella with a loud sound.
Well done, Mia. Mr. Payne, what are you chuckling about?
Pardon me, Your Honor. I was expecting too much of a free ride. I was foolish to think I could establish guilt through a cross-examination alone.
I'm afraid I don't follow what you're saying.
Please, no kangaroo court shenanigans, please. I can't have it today. I'm going to get an ulcer.
Let me guess. You have another witness? I have another witness.
Round one goes to the defense.
Well, who is this witness? Miss Dahlia Hawthorne.
Dahlia Hawthorne? You don't mean Dolly?
I do, Your Honor. And the defendant's very own lover is a witness to the whole thing. She was at the scene of the crime when the murder took place.
What?
I'm sorry to break the bad news to you, dear. Bad news? You couldn't be more wrong. Actually, I've been waiting for this. You can't be serious.
You wanna get ahead? Those who run their mouths off wind up dead.
We don't need any Hamilton references, Grossberg.
But I like it.
What do you mean by that?
I think this is a good time to stop at. The court will now enter a 20-minute recess. Afterwards, we will listen to the testimonies of Dahlia Hawthorne. Miss Faye, I'm sorry about what happened there.
It's alright. At least you told us the truth in the end, Mr. Wright.
Yeah, so I guess I can start to relax then, huh? Relax, my boy. You can't be serious after hiding such important facts. But the next witness is Dolly, right? She'll save me. I just know she will.
Why do you think that?
Huh? What do you mean? She's the love of my life. That's why.
Love of your life, huh? Would you mind telling me more about this Miss Dahlia Hawthorne?
Sure, no problem.
Unfortunately, my brain is starting to really, hit it. It's starting to really, power down. So I think I'm going to get to, us getting back to the courtroom, and you guys will just have to wait to see how this plays out. First met about 8 months ago here in the very courthouse. Actually, I'm studying to be a lawyer on the side. Anyway, one day she and I just bumped into each other, well, in the reading room downstairs. That's why I really think it was fate that brought us together.
As soon as we set eyes on her, I knew that she was the one for me. Oh, here, take a look at this. She gave it to me as we met, a symbol of our love.
Dang, I forgot how long this case was. She's been wearing it around her neck that day, but she had been wearing it, but then
She took it off, and before she gave it to me and said, I want you to carry this.
He gave this to you as a present, I see.
Yeah, the darling little bottle is filled with memories of my darling little Dolly. Oh, certainly. It certainly is a little bold, all right.
It makes me happy. Shouldn't everyone I meet? I want to share the happiness with the whole world.
Small bottle necklace given to Wright on the day they met. It shows it to everyone. Anyway, so after that, you and Miss Hawthorne were started dating immediately.
Yeah, but she's so shy. Every time I see her, it always says the same thing to me.
By the way, Mr. Wright, the day you first met Dahlia Hawthorne 8 months ago, it wouldn't have happened to be August 27th, would it?
Huh? Yeah, it was.
What happened on August 27th, right here in the courthouse?
Oh, a newspaper clipping.
Let me see. Murder in the courthouse. Murder? What are you reading? Let me see this.
Oh, I see. But, Mia, I think I understand what you're trying to get at. And I think I understand why you suddenly took a keen interest in that case. You believe there's some connection between these two cases, am I correct?
I hope you don't mind, Mr. Grossberg. I need to finish this myself.
Ah, yes, but I'm afraid that what we have will not be enough. I'll go and have a look downstairs in the reading room and see what else I can find.
Thank you.
I want to see what else I can be of help with, Mia. Well, it looks like recess is about over. We better get moving.
Sounds good. I guess so. That research sure seemed a lot longer than 20 minutes. There we go. There we go. I meant to save there. Alright. Save. And with that, we're gonna quickly find someone to raid, because I am fading fast. Oh, God. You guys can probably tell. I'm probably frog blinking right now. Like,
Have you found your daily pebbles?
listen, this is their last chance. Let's see. I think I'll send you guys off to Funicula, because I've been seeing them on Blue Sky a lot, and they're playing No Man's Sky at this moment, so let me just go ahead and raid Funicula live. Let me spell that right. Funicula live. Funicula live. There we go. As you guys all well know, we have a Discord that you can come check out if you guys ever want to. We are all over the interwebs as far as we can really reach with our little lighthouse. And if you want to support the channel, check out the merch site. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll see you guys later. Bye!